Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining me for another stream. We're going to be back at the modeling desk tonight, finishing up the model we were working on last week. The Gundam big string of letters and numbers, aka the Physalis. What is it? It's RX-78GP02A. Technical title for it, but when I say it basically gets shortened to Physalis, as you can see here. I guess it's not technically short, but as you can see here, as if you can see anything. Give me uno momento, and I'll get you up on the screen. Gonna find out where my mouse is gone hiding from. Oh, actually, hold on. I realized my wireless keyboard is technically unplugged right now. Uno momento. That's probably useful to have. There we go. Yeah, welcome everyone. You might notice I got a haircut. Getting ready for the convention this weekend. So yeah, we'll be finishing up this guy today. As you can see by the 90s CG graphics on the box, it is a kit that was originally released in 1998. And I had a bunch of questions, and this is what we completed on last stream. We got the head, body, arms, waist, pretty much all done. I'll show you a bit closer when we get up on the back close-up camera. But I talked quite a bit last stream about wondering how actually old this kit was. And that led me to reading up on... let me get the camera up so I can show you this properly. Flashbang warning. Yeah, let me focus this camera in so you can actually see this. So you can see there's little dials on the sprue. And these dials indicate when the sprue was actually printed. And despite this being a kit that was designed in 1998, the first dial is pointing to 2, meaning it was made in the second month. So February. This dial points to the last digit of the year, so it's 5. And then to find the decade, you basically look in the bottom right corner, so the 90, which is the first year it was printed, and then for every one of these little triangle symbols on there, you add a decade to that. So this kit was printed in February 2025. So it is not an old, actually like aged old kit. It's just this old design. So this coloring on these pieces is intentional. It's like intentionally not white like the picture, which is something. Found that very surprising. I also talked a lot last week that makes no sense now without actually having that context. Little embarrassing. Let's get this refocused so it's not so bad for everything. Had it in super close mode there. There. I suppose we can go a little bit lower. Yeah, there we go. Should be good enough. Yeah, welcome. So, here's where we left off last stream. The head, chest, arms, and the waist on there. And I pretty much come to the decision at this point that this is going to be my next painting project, just painting this guy up. So I do think I want to get a bit brighter color on these plates. It doesn't look bad, but I think it actually gives me a good excuse. I'm going to try and do some like highlighting and stuff on it. Because this base color isn't bad, but it's kind of drab. So I actually think I'm going to do some highlighting on the colored pieces. And on these pieces, I think I'm going to do the faces a brighter white, basically have the edges be this color kind of as a faded edges type thing, and try and focus all the paint on mostly the faces of this rather than near the edges. Leave the edges fairly close to this color, try and go for like a fade pattern. We'll see though. We'll just see how it actually ends up looking, and I might make decisions from there. Another option is I might actually do all the edges, because I'm going to talk about this with the design of this mech that I read up a bit on this last week. But a lot of the weirder design choices on this mech are like intentional. They actually have like a reasoning behind it. And I'm thinking about maybe using that logic to kind of decide how I paint some of the detail on this. But I'll talk about that as we get to it. I guess, yeah. There's our nibs. This actually isn't producing all that many nibs, as I said, which makes sense because from what I've seen of the sprues as we've been building, it's a lot of big pieces rather than a lot of small pieces getting built up into big pieces. But without further ado, we're going to be getting going with the legs. I'm going to take this a little slower now that I kind of understand how they read. Because once I realized I had to basically just read this right to left like you would Japanese, it made a lot more sense. Because the modern ones are actually, I didn't even think about it at the time, but the modern ones are westernized and left to right. Okay. But we actually need these pieces over here to even do this, so we just have to, whenever we see to go over here, we have to. Y'all. This is the right and the left variants. As I said last time, it's one of the few kanji, if you know, for right and left. Cool, let's get going. Oh, looks like it's gonna be a lot for these gray sprues to start. If I'm not mistaken. 1920, 1821. Yeah, let's keep this separate because it looks like it's different for right and left. So yeah, we'll do one piece at a time, just so we don't get the right and left parts mixed up. E and J for this one. Yeah, I'm starting to get excited for the convention. As is usual for conventions and me, I come up with a bunch of ideas to improve my idea for a costume like last minute. So I'm gonna try and work on that tomorrow. So we will see. It's mostly kind of an experimental idea in my mind, so I'm not gonna super like dead put my hopes on doing it, but something I want to try to make things easier. Really didn't clean up his desk much for the last stream, did I? I was realizing. Oh well. Untouched to preserve the experience. Let's go without excuse. Switching over to the single-sided god hands. Actually, now that we got this fairly focused up, let's switch over so I can see chat a bit better. Yeah. Let's come back over here. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much just going to go as my pretty much the same costume I had last year with some slight modifications. I am planning still to do the like bullet wound makeup, but I actually need to stop by and pick those up because I've been procrastinating. So I'll either do that tomorrow or on the way to the con on Friday, and then I just won't wear it on Friday and put them on Saturday and Sunday. I definitely want to have them on for the stream on Sunday. I haven't talked to Shuts exactly about what the plans are for that for Friday, but I assume we'll probably be doing that together. So we can bounce things we saw off each other. It should be a good time. I was considering not doing the face makeup at all. And I'm probably not going to end up doing any of the like pale zombie-ish makeup. I thought about it a little more, and it doesn't really match up to what I'm going to go for. We'll just have the bullet wound, and that should be sufficient. Oh, off screen. Here we go. scoot in a bit. This must be... No, this is 1920, right? No? This? Oh, it is. I'm just not good at reading. Here we go. Side pegs up to caps. Nice and solid. This one in... The pegs are dead center, so I don't really need to worry about which direction it's going in. And the other half. Assuming this is like the hip joint, which, yeah, the construction is very simple on this compared to what the modern kits are. Together, we can probably get the second one the exact same. We can start working the legs together. Why not? Let's look at working on one at a time. Oh, we can get each leg together. The second one should go significantly faster now that once we know what we're working through, know where to get the pieces. Where are you, Mr. I? Are you I? You are I. Oh, is there two of these? Oh, there are. Yeah, I see. Two I-frames. And even more. Yeah, that's one thing I definitely have noticed with the older designer kits. It makes way more frequent use of these like soft rubber pieces for joints. Like I think on the legs and arms, it pretty much only uses those for like where the wrist attaches and where the shoulder attaches, and everywhere else it's like hard joints. Whereas these soft rubber joints seem to be in like multiple places throughout the leg. Like multiple of them per piece, actually. Looks of things. A and H. Well, I'm glad I learned that this was actually printed relatively recently. So it makes it a lot easier to like judge it on. It's literally just a design thing, rather than the actual quality of different materials. Easier to focus on that. Okay. I did go through and add some new music to my VGM, as you might have noticed. Just did some more browsing on Dova Syndrome. Found a couple. It was funny. So I found the one artist that I have been using for all my VGM on there, and I found the best way to find other music I liked is I just found the combination of key terms that returned that first band, and usually the other bands those tags returned usually were in line with what I liked, so it worked out. kind of hard, like, because that site has a lot of English in like the tagging system of that site. Or it's probably English, I should say. It's the just translation differences. Oh, that's, yeah, because that's just one of the soft rubber pieces we put in there earlier. Yeah, these don't get used in these at all on the modern kits. Nice. Worked out. Okay. Put this piece, put it in there. Gives access to it through that hole. This piece is on the outside with the rounded edge pointed in. Oh. Let's just slide right on the other side here. Yeah, not too bad. This joint's still not seized. Good. Okay, this is right. That'll be, yeah, okay, cool. Let's look at these first ones. So J. J's are these beige pattern, right? Yeah. Ooh, excuse me. Oh wait, this is another sub piece I have to build. Hold on, let me get these on and then I'll go find those sub pieces. Instructions. Some like manual design decisions that are quite different. That's honestly been the thing that's throwing me off more than any of the actual like design of the model itself, is the way the manual's laid out. Is this song referencing memories too? No, not this part, but like the part that just went past. Reminded me of Zombie. Side. Yeah, I think when it comes to painting this, I'll probably be taking it, mostly disassembling this thing this time. The amount of painting I'm planning to do on this thing is definitely a lot more expensive, so I think the best thing I'll just do is probably be at least take it down. Like I won't have to take apart this piece or anything like that, but like I'll take these outer panels off to paint them. And thankfully, a lot of it doesn't look like it'll be too hard to actually get them off. I don't want to take those shoulders off if I can help it. Maybe I won't. Oh, that's a nice thing, I guess. I could actually just take the shoulder. I can take the shoulder apart off the joint without removing it from the body. That's probably what I'll do. So it was a pain in the ass to get that shoulder joint on there. I guess once the shoulder's off it won't be, but. Actually, I might be able to have like a teardown version of this mech, basically, with a bunch of the armor paneling removed. Not look too shabby. Get these pieces on here though, or we lose track of what we're doing. This goes here. This panel goes in the back. Look how thick that leg is. This guy's got beefy ass feet, legs. This panel's not sitting very snug. Got like a lot of play back and forth. It's weird. Oh well. So now we need to combine this part, which is down here. As you can see by the same name tag being in both spots. Oh, no, you can't really see on the stream, but yeah. No, it's not. The name. It's actually just hiragana. Whaaat're? It's a Japanese word, that's the problem. I can get a pronunciation. That's probably an incorrect pronunciation, actually. That's what A is, isn't it? I forgot. Actually, this is... Oh, katakana. Oh, I had katakana and hiragana down so good at one point. I didn't really go back and refresh. I'm pretty happy with how that turned out, or how much of that I had down. Oh well. Not gonna mope. Has like a private skill, but in a weird way. Everything else is J and Fs. What do we need from here? J4, 21 to 22. So far, these Legacy's construction has been very unique. Most models I've done so far. It's not necessarily, it's fairly simplified from what I've done before, but it's different in a couple different ways. Mostly like the use of rubber joints, the use of very large pieces. Oh, what am I seeing here? 22, 21. These little plates here. This is from F, which I have no idea which fruit F is. Oh no, it's the red one. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah, it is. F2. That means the difference in the field of plastic is entirely down to the like composition of the plastic they use for these color, which is similar to how it is in some of the other kits. Just talking up to something that wasn't actually relevant, which is interesting. F1. Oh, recharge a little bit. Okay. So I was point more where I was. Yeah, the convention should be fun this weekend. They have a fairly big like gunpla section. This is the first year I've really been into this stuff that much, so I'm probably gonna spend quite a bit of time checking that out. They have like a design competition and stuff. Probably end up asking some questions. They try and do a diorama or something for next year. It's like beige plastic. That cuts a little weird. Cuts real easy. That's gonna cover that piece. Not gonna worry about inside there too much. Yeah, there's really no guests this year I'm super interested in checking out. They've massively, like, they had a bunch of music performances last year. And I caught, one of them I wanted to see, so I ended up catching, like, the very last couple acts. And it was way better than I expected it to be. It was actually, like, super high energy and really fun. So I think we're definitely going to spend more of the Saturday checking out the music acts this year than they did last year. As I said, I think they had been going for like a couple hours before I even showed up. The 2 or 3 acts I saw when I went there were absolutely worth it. So I'm gonna maybe come in earlier and check them out. I don't really recognize any of the acts this time, but I didn't recognize two of the 3 acts I saw last time, and they were great. So really let that swayed me. Okay, we are cleaned up. These two are 2 halves. They're together nice and tight. Like there's a weird wiggle in some of these pieces. Modern pieces I've not had. I can feel like 2 halves of this piece like shift back and forth ever so slightly when I put pressure on it. Okay. Is there an order to this? Does not appear so. Well, let's start from the bottom down. Up, I should say. Which is this red piece again. There. This red piece at the top. Should I put the TC first? No, this is probably just this, right? I'd say so. Oh, I had it upside down. I see. I really don't know why these are separate pieces. I guess it's to give depth, but a little more Especially with these larger pieces, they've been pretty good at giving them depth already, but I can kind of see. I guess they wanted to stick out rather than being inlaid. But like, I guess it was just to save time. But like, look at these. Like, if they would do that, you think these pieces would be like that? But this is all molded as one. Big preview. I think those are the boosters. We'll get that for the later half of tonight. I think the shield and those boosters are probably the most common bits. The bazooka looks pretty simple. I can see of it. Actually, the boosters don't seem too complex either. Mostly these legs and the shield seem to have quite a bit of detailing work to them. This is their knee, is it? Yeah, I'm not going to worry about these marks too much because, as I said, I kind of planted to paint it, so actually this will get covered up by that. This is like a knee joint. But it will went into that one of those rubber pieces I installed earlier. Weird. Look how bulky a knee joint that is. Pieces on there tight. I saw it kind of separating a bit. Okay, what's next? What's next? There's a lot of Japanese text here. I need a second to translate. Blurb right here says, okay. That was just indicating to do that part first, I see. That's basically saying to make sure it's connected here to this piece first before we put the rest of the stuff in. This, specifically this soft rubber piece, it wants to make sure that's inserted before you do anything else. Okay. Oh, we have a sticker. What sticker is that? Huh? Yeah, one of these red dots. It wants it on the back of one of these pieces. Let's take a look at what piece it wants on the back of. H2. Just I show your H. Aha. This is just Doom. One in 13. No. How big these angles are. Silly. But this is part of what my reading on the actual design of this thing was. Because part of the design on it was it's potentially designed to serve one purpose. It's to launch a nuclear warhead out of the bazooka. Because they're the like lore of the universe for this thing is basically they have some type of they found a new subatomic particle. This is not literally the way it's worded, by the way. This is my interpretation from the bit of stuff I picked up on it. I shouldn't speak super authoritatively about it, but my understanding is basically they discover a subatomic particle that's responsible for the nuclear explosion, like the process of nuclear fission or fusion, and they basically find a way to remove that subatomic particle without interfering with anything else. So all it basically does is stop nuclear reactions from occurring. And because of that, like large-scale nuclear weapons are basically don't work anymore in most environments. So with this thing, it's basically they come up with a new technology where basically they're able, if they keep the yield of the nuclear weapon below a certain point, it can basically be a self-sufficient source of these subatomic particles and maintain a small nuclear explosion. So the entire point of this mech is basically to get close enough to effectively use that. I don't know why they don't strap it to a missile. They don't really explain that from what I've seen, but yeah. But because of that, it can't quite guarantee it's going to be able to get out of the effective range of the nuclear explosion. So a lot of the design around this mech is from that. That's why it has the huge shield. It's because that huge shield is a slab of armor and is filled to the brim with like cooling systems for like cooling down in case it gets too close to a nuclear explosion. But because that shield, as big as it is, can't completely cover everything, especially the bottom of its feet, it also just has a shit ton of armor and cooling systems built into the bottom of its feet as well. That's why its legs are like they are. Because they have a ton of cooling and armor on them. Yeah, these ankles have 3 separate soft plastic pieces in them. It's kind of nuts. So another PCA. PCG. Weird long ones. Another PCA. Okay. That's all the pieces for the ankle. Let's clean these up, and then I'll get that sticker. What's a red sticker right there? I'll give it a shot. Like I said, I've been having pretty good luck with sticker placements lately. I put the eyes a little high up. I wasn't really paying attention to where they would actually be on the thing. Especially on this like inner frame piece, it'll save me. Paint it specifically, hopefully. Get all the ones in this one, or did I miss one? There. Oh, okay, so I got them all. It felt like I cut more out of one of them than I did the other. Be so careful with these soft rubber pieces because you can end up cutting off way more than you intend to. Be gone, box. Let's do a quick report. Make sure they don't bother anyone else again. Chat message. Spam, scams, bots. Viewership tampering. Also spam, but viewership tampering gets better results. Bots selling viewers. So duty done. Oh, come on, don't punish me for this. There we go. Thought it was gonna let me alt tab easily. Yeah, legs are definitely unique. They're very simple. Well, it's hard to say. Like, the amount of parts is not as many as there's modern leg construction, so it feels simple. Sticker time. There we go. Just want something soft I can evenly apply pressure with. There we go. Pretty good. That's not too bad. I guess the reflection's pretty hard to see. Yeah. Has a nice little bit of color there. Says disco flat part out. This egg is easier said than done for how slippery this thing is. Use this as toothpick for a guy who doesn't know. There we go. She's in. So we take the leg. The ankle. Well, this is a little flint. Oh man, I feel it's flexed so much. I gotta really make sure to reinforce this while I push it in. Okay. Square piece goes in the square peg goes in the square hole. Who the fuck it? This piece goes here with the rounded piece pointed in. Open it out of this front hole. This part. Oh, there's a hole. I didn't even see that. There's a hole right there. That basically goes around that square peg. Just flip it back. Look how bulky that is. You can see a lot of like hoses and stuff, so it makes sense. So there's like lore reason. Looks like a lot of flexibility in this leg. Such a weird knee. Weird leg overall, but good. Ankle time, apparently. Let's start by making a toe. Toe is going to be F4. Oh wait, no, this is the heel, not the toe. F17. I can get one more piece out of here. F3, this guy. This is a part of the ankle. Oh. Whack the camera. Now some cheese. Oh wait, geez, yeah. The problem with doing these a week apart now is I can't remember which screw is which. G2. Yeah, but it's been fun. As I said, the like design difference from this older kit has been really interesting. It's definitely part of the reason I picked it up is to like, kind of see some of those differences. It generally seems like it's worked out pretty okay. Can't really just be something that's been like super disappointing. I definitely enjoy the more modern construction, probably more. That's just because it's a lot more intricate in a lot of ways. We'll see if the end result's overall different. I think the end result will be just as good, even if it needs simpler construction. Oh, my chair's rolling quite a bit. Pump up. There we go. Yeah, yesterday on stream I started Expedition 33, which is fun. That game's it's weird. It's got a lot of like almost tonal whiplash to it because it's a very somber and kind of downer opening for sure, but there's a very lighthearted tone to some of the characters. The combat's really fun though. Reminds me, probably just shows how few of these games actually play, but it reminds me quite a bit of like Super Mario RPG, where it's a very like active turn-based combat. All dodge or parry almost every enemy attack. You know, most of your strong attacks have like quick time events you have to hit. Not that you have to hit, it just you get bonuses if you do. So yes, you do have to hit. Otherwise you're weak. Yeah, other than that, see been some more ZZ here and there. Still touch on Satisfactory every now and then, and Uma Masume. She just do the dailies on that. Not really super invested in it anymore. Not that I was a whole lot to begin with, but Game of the Loop is still fun. It's Monster Rancher, so it would be. Okay, this is part of the ankle. Curious to see where. Oh, it's probably the top of the foot. Arch, if you would. Oh, and I forgot to cut one piece out first, didn't I? G5? I did. Almost forgot a piece. I was really starting to think it might be a good idea to do a blind build on this kit someday. Especially if I can figure out a way to make it so I can't even see like the box. I have no idea what I'm actually building. Yeah, this is a very weird ankle construction. I don't know what's going on here. Looks like everything attaches on ball joints to the ankle. Actuating here to the foot. Not sure how it is. More toes. 5, 9, 11. 5. This piece, yep. They really don't leave a lot of room. You get a piece of the screw on some of these. You can barely fit the clippers. Yeah, design of the actual screws themselves seems to be definitely a little worse. Something they've come a long way on. finding a lot more frequently. On this kit, I have to work the pliers into a space that's just slightly too small for them, just to get them off the sprue. Crap. Lost one of those. Your plates. Now, big ass front toe. Sounded wrong. Toe. Got like vents. Funny. Makes sense, but vents on the non-armored side. Go together. What's next? What's next? The middle of the ankle. That contains 4 of those soft rubber pieces just in the ankle. Damn. Yeah, like the entire leg probably has over a dozen of those soft rubber pieces in it, whereas like the bottom kits maybe have 2, maybe 3. Wild. Okay, let's get going. So we're finishing off these H sprues. Yeah. Any part we're not using? Nope, we're using all of these. Cool. It's easy. Don't even think about a thing, just cut. Is this the first time we sprue for this kit? It might be. I don't think we had any. We had one last stream. That's right. There's one last stream. Yeah. And sprue. Not the first, but one of the early. Done. Now, I think literally the rest of these pieces are the soft rubber pieces. We've got a C or A, 2 C's, and an E. Is that right? Yes. Oh, okay. Let's say I don't think there's enough A's left here to do more if that's all of them, but there's 2 more over here. So I know the other leg is going to use at least 3 or 4. Yeah, these like soft rubber ball joint caps aren't anywhere to be found in the modern kits. So it's obviously a part they found a better way to do it. Okay. Get cleaning. Let me get it closer.
Are there more Gundam pilots like me?
Hey, Maze! Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope your night's going great. Hey, congrats to the first storyteller. Welcome. I'm doing pretty good. Finishing up this model. Spent a bunch of time pre-stream. Hey, Whiskey Ghoul, how's it going? Yeah, spent a bunch of time pre-stream thinking about stuff for... Hey, thanks again for that, Maze. Really appreciate the support. Coming up at the point where I'm actually going to be able to probably pick up a model with what I'm getting those. Hey, I did get a haircut. Thank you. Yeah, I got the convention coming up this weekend, and it's starting to get super hot. So I wanted to get rid of it. I got it really short in the back and kept it kind of long on the top and front. I'm gonna shave the beard off too, but got lazy. I think tomorrow's probably gonna be a mustache only stream. That'll be gone for the convention. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. Just here tonight, working on finishing up this guy who I started last week. Done. Should look like this guy. Oh, yeah. Gonna work that up. Yeah, somewhat really should look like when he's all together. It's not gonna be this color. I've noticed the actual like color of the kit's quite a bit different. But I came to the conclusion I'm probably gonna use this kit as another painting project. Yeah, this is the 91. But I mentioned at the start of the stream, I did learn how to actually read and tell how to find out when the kit was actually printed. Like the original design for this kit is from 1998. But I went and learned how to actually read these sprues. You can't really see it, and I have to go super up close on the camera to see it. But there's basically number dials on the corner here. And it basically gives a system for how to tell when the actual sprue was printed. And this kit that was originally designed in the 90s, this plastic was printed in February 2025. So it's less than a year old, the actual plastic. So because of that, this like beiging of the color is intentional. So it's like intentionally not supposed to be white, which is I found interesting. But yeah, I was making a lot of assumptions based on it actually being like old plastic, and it very much is not. Like this is probably newer plastic than a lot of the kits I've already built in terms of the actual like age of the kit. It's the plastic itself. It's just all the design elements are the same as they were in the 90s. It is the 90s design. It's just they keep all the molds and just print new ones when the demand is enough. Because yeah, as part of the, actually, it might be worth it to actually focus it on this dial so I can explain it. I explained it at the start of the stream, but I actually found it pretty interesting. So let me get a nice up close focus here. Switch to a screen where I can get a little more real time feedback. Yeah. Is it gonna? It might not. Let's try again. Might be a little too hard. Oh, kinda. Oh, there we go. I just gotta get the lighting right. Yeah. So yeah, this dial is from 1 to Z, so 12. That's which month it was made in. So it was made in February. And this dial from 0 to 1 to 0 is the last digit in the year, so 5. And then to find out the decade, this is the original decade it was designed in, so 90 for 98. And then these little triangle marks. Basically for every decade it's been since, they add one of these triangle marks. So 90, 2000s, 2010s, 2020s. So it's 2025 February is when it was printed. I didn't know that was a thing until I actually looked it up to find out how old these were. And let's get our focus back. Hell yeah. Yeah, so it's actually fairly new plastic. It's just an old design. What am I doing here? Just chat up. Cool. Yeah, so that's where we left off last week, and I'm just working on the legs right now. He's got big old legs. So these pieces are all clean. What about these little ones? But yeah, I hope you had a good stream, Hayes. Were you still working on that pattern one you were working on last stream, or you started something new? Yeah, I remember you working on a pattern on it. I can't actually remember what it was overall. Is it a shawl? The one you were talking about, how it basically had straight lines and then basically had one stitch that crossed over to make the pattern. Nice. Yeah, that's a lot of what my mom likes to crochet with. She likes to do like dish towels and a lot of like decorative stuff where it's kind of she can buy one piece of fabric for the main hand towel, and then the decorative part where it hangs up she makes out of crochet. She likes doing those for gifts and stuff quite a bit. Never been much for like sewing crafts myself. Yeah, she likes it quite a bit. She doesn't do she tends to try and keep it to smaller objects. She just likes to do a lot of smaller things rather than one big thing. She makes a lot of like dishcloths and hand towels. What's something else she's doing a lot of lately? A real kick of making like coasters and stuff like that at one point. Yeah, starting to get real excited for the convention this weekend. As has become par with my convention experience, I came up with ideas to improve my planned costume like a couple days before the convention. So I'm gonna see if I can't quickly get some of that together tomorrow to see if it works. It's very much still in the idea experimental stage, so it might end up be something I don't do at all, but I want to give it a try. I'm gonna try and replace the like Velcro straps I was using last year with magnets. Try and attach some magnets to the hood and to the back of my mask, so rather than having to strap it in every time, I can just kind of hopefully hold it on with magnets, and then I can also put magnets where I had the Velcro on the suit, so I can attach it there. Oh, it's do I have a good picture of it? Let me see here. It's the same one I was doing last year. I showed it off on Shut the Stream. Let me see if I have any pictures of it. think I sent them, but I'm not sure if I see them to my phone or not. Oh, they're probably all on my PC. Just quickly check. Nope. Nope. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Send that one over. Yeah, share that. I'll bring it up on my PC. Instructions. Yeah, like basically for drawer pulls and like the handle for your oven and stuff like that. Is exactly it. She has it basically crochets up into a narrower flat part, and then she puts a button on it and has it loop over and attach to the button. She loves those. Oh, I accidentally pinned one of your tweets apparently. I wonder how I did that. Or what? Not tweet. Pinned one of your replies. Must have been spamming buttons. Okay, I need to put this keyboard in front of me to bring up this picture anyway. Unpin. Not that you don't deserve the pin, but let's choose a more worthy message. Distracted myself, but I want to get the picture up anyway. Oh, thank you, Maze. You didn't have to do that. Oh, that's awesome, Maze. Thank you so much. Oh, I actually gotta widen up my chat window because I can't see everything. God damn, Maze. Thank you so much. So many alerts. Sick. Is this the... There we go. Pipe. Man, I wish I could figure out how to get this picture open. I actually paid attention to the thing. Holy. Why is this so hard to do? Is this working? Hey, okay, that worked. Sorry about that. I was getting confused on how to. Yeah, I'll bring up that cosplay, bro. I'm pretty much going to be doing the same one I did last year. Oh, is that not captured? Apparently not. Let's try it again. There we go. Yeah, let's see if it's gonna actually let me zoom in, or is it gonna be a real pain in the ass? No, you're gonna be a pain in the ass. But yeah, this is essentially it. You can bring it up. Unselected? Oh wow, it lost the window. Oh, is it only when I actually have it up? Interesting. But yeah, that's just to give you an idea of how it looks. But let me grab the mask and I can kind of show you what I'm thinking. Because right now, let me close this. Oh, I took the keyboard away and put it over there. Kind of need that. So close this so we can see what I'm doing underneath. Yeah, I just wanted to show that to show you the like hood I had over it. But originally I just had the straps to the Velcro on. And I actually added a little extra Velcro so I could tighten them up a little more. And on the suit jacket, I actually put Velcro under the lapels so that when I wasn't wearing the mask, I could basically have it like this on my chest. Yeah, it's from Chainsaw Man. That's correct. Yeah, it's the Violence Fiend, I think is the name. Yeah, I don't think I know, but yeah, Violence is his name. But yeah, so rather than using the straps, I noticed when I have the hood over, it actually overlaps this area quite a bit. Like the actual like edge of the hood comes down like pretty much right across this gas part here. So quite a bit of this is covered in the hood. So I'm actually thinking I might attach magnets here and here, and then attach them on the hood and have basically hold it there and try and have it on. So that would make it a lot easier to just put on and then hopefully take off. And then I can do the same thing under the lapels, put magnets under the lapels and hopefully have it lined up decently. So, because it looks like just how I have it on the chest, it looks like the part that where the hood overlaps that I want to put the magnet should line right up around with some of the chest pieces of the jacket. So I'm going to give that a try. As I said, it's very much still an idea. I have no idea if the magnets will actually be able to do it, but from what I was reading up on them, it is some of those little really strong Neoda magnets, but they're very small ones. So apparently it's really nice because you can basically just the amount of magnets determines how good a grip it has, essentially. So I'm thinking probably put at least some here. I might put a pair, depending on how much actual grip I need or how strong they end up being. And then I might put one here just to, or I don't know. I also heard it's a decent idea to have like an actual like hard attach point, so I might end up trying to get something to hook this into the top of the hood without the magnet, but I imagine it probably still would be okay. But that's the plan. Gonna be fiddling with that tomorrow. I'm also gonna try my hand on at least temporarily hemming a pair of pants with some safety pins. Because I once again forgot to get my suit pants tailored. They're a little bit long for me. Because I know I don't have time to get it done properly, I'm going to try and do it temporarily myself with some safety pins. Yeah. Thank you for the fun distraction there, Maze. I'm actually going to get back into building here. But no, I really appreciate the support, Maze. That's amazing. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing is, I have this major advantage of being alive in the time when the internet has so many people willing to teach you to do things. I pretty much have an unlimited amount of tutorials on how to do almost anything. Especially related to crafty stuff like that. Oh, here we go. Lost my spot. It should be a fun time. As I said, there's not really any specific guests at this convention I want to meet. The only one that I kind of would want to meet was like, oh, absolutely, Maze. I hope you have a great sleep. I'll talk to you again. I'll try stopping your stream some more sometime when I see you streaming. I don't actually hang out on Twitch all that much when I'm not streaming myself, but whenever I do pop in and see you streaming, I try and stop in. But I hope you have a great night, Maze. I think I've seen that emote before. Okay, oh. Oh, it's your yarn ball. That just showed up weird in my OBS, so I couldn't tell what it was. But that's awesome. Those are great emotes. I really don't like this, using the like soft rubber pieces in the slots on this. I can feel if I go in even slightly off straight, I can feel it squishing the piece. Like you can see it like deforming around the edges. Makes me very nervous. Yeah, the pocket idea is definitely something I plan to, but I just don't have the. I don't really trust myself to really do a decent job on that in like the day I have to do it. That is probably going to be the overall plan, is I eventually probably will sew some pockets into it for them. I have an idea of initially I might just paint the outside of the magnet white and put it on the outside, so the like direction of the magnetic force is working in the same direction as the like adhesive they come with. But yeah, the pocket is definitely the ultimate goal for how to do it. But for now, my idea for maybe it all depends on how strong the magnets. If the magnets are significantly strong, I'm considering just putting it on the inside of the mask here, and then paint the outside of the magnet white and attach it on the outside of the hood. So that way the magnetic force is helping to keep it in the same direction, and avoid having the magnets directly touching each other, which is something I've heard to avoid. But, you know, as I said, a lot of this comes down to just straight up the strength of these magnets when I get them. I'm not quite sure how strong they're going to be. I went for a fairly small one. They're 8 millimeters, so they're fairly small. So I probably will end up needing to use them in like groups of 2 or 3. I almost got really small ones that were like 3 millimeters wide. But when I was looking through it, I first noticed the ones I ended up getting come with like an adhesive backing on them. So just for basically testing purposes more than anything. And then once I actually settle to it, I'll probably properly sew them in. But they didn't have that, so that was one count against them. And then while I had already kind of discounted them because of that fact, I looked again and I realized it was 400 of these 3 millimeter by 1 millimeter magnets. I was like, Jesus. And then I realized that was also way too small, and I would have to probably use dozens of them to actually get the effect I want. Whereas the 8 millimeter ones seem a little more reasonable. But yeah, the pocket idea is definitely smart, and probably where I'm going to end up going for it. If it ends up working, that is. Yeah, and I mentioned at the start, but I thought about my makeup a bit more, and I don't think I'm going to do the zombie makeup part. I'm still going to do the bullet wound, I think. But I don't think the zombie makeup really fits with what the character is at that point. Basically, the idea for the character is it's a devil that took over a human's corpse. And the whole deal with this devil is it basically got the human corpse super soon after its death, so it's still mostly human. It has a bunch of its like more human personality traits. So because of that, I don't think the body would be like super decomposed or anything. So I don't really think zombie makeup is necessary. But the body did get shot, so I figure a gunshot wound would probably be good. Plus, it's just I don't have to put paint all over my face, which I really wasn't looking forward to doing. And the actual the like bullet wound I'm planning to use is actually neat. It's like water transfer, but it's a water transfer that has like a kind of like a latex prosthetic almost built into it, like a very thin, very small, like painted like bullet wound essentially that is surrounded by like a water transfer patch with transparent edges to kind of blend into your skin. It looks really good. I watched like a couple tutorials of people using this exact one, and the results are pretty good without much. Like the ones I watched literally just used a little tiny bit of fake blood. That was it. They didn't even need to really use any makeup around the edges to touch it up. Yeah, it does. That's another thing I was thinking of. It actually has a probably perfectly shaped kind of. I don't know how well it shows up, but yeah, You can see that's because probably when I do sew it, that's probably exactly what I'll do. Is I'll probably just cut it into it a little bit and use this material as the body of the pocket and just put stitch needle on the sides to keep it in. Yeah. And before we know it, the foot's actually complete. What is this going on? Interesting. What's this up more? It's weird that this isn't built on the toe. It's just a separate piece on the. Yeah, I was actually thinking about it. Depending on when those stuff arrive tomorrow, I might do that for my stream tomorrow. Is just getting it prepped if I have everything I need for it. But it depends. If not, I'll probably end up just doing more Clair Obscura. But if they arrive in time, I'll probably end up doing that on stream, at least for a bit of the stream. Also, I need to sit down and look over the schedule and plan out what I want to see, so I might do that on stream too. Give you a little preview of what we'll probably end up talking about on Sunday. Man, that's such a big foot. Like, it's as big as his torso. And okay, time to armor this stuff up. Yeah, that sounds like a very way to save myself a lot of effort. Not that it would necessarily be a huge amount of effort to just use another piece of material to make a pocket, but if I can use the material that's over there, might as well. It's the right one, right? G5? A5, yep, that was the right one. Yeah, I don't know how much of that actually sewing I'll get into tomorrow because I don't really have the materials I need for it. And I kind of would like to do a bit of practice on that before I actually try and do it on the actual thing. But I have some ideas. But it might actually not be too hard, as I said. I can probably find needle and thread pretty easily. But some I'll definitely consider. I also just want to see if this will actually work at all. It very much seems like the type of thing like if this worked, it seems like everyone would be doing it. So, not that I necessarily don't know everyone isn't doing it. Here it is. Back and foot. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and as I said, most of the changes, like that's the thing is, like I was just planning to just wear my cosplay from last year again this year, more out of laziness than anything, and just doing that little bit of like extra bullet wound stuff. But then I kind of had the idea of using magnets. I was thinking about how much of a pain in the ass it was to go from wearing the mask to put it on my thing. It was really hard to very quickly take it off and put it on. So if anyone stopped me when I had it off to take a picture, I'd have to get them to wait like 30 seconds to a minute for me to put the mask on. But I figure with the magnets, that could speed that up quite a bit. So I'd feel a lot better about wearing it, because then I can just take it off and put it on real quick when I'm walking around. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for nothing. I have everything I need. Yeah, I might do that, storyteller. The place I gotta go to get the bullet transfer stuff is in a complex that has a craft store in it. I was already planning to go there to pick up the white paint I'm going to be using for this guy next week, probably. I might stick up some thread while I'm in there. It is kind of ideal, because it's like the amount of space there would be more than enough to kind of fit it without it sliding around too much. And it being sewed in would definitely look better than it hopefully just blending in with the white. Because I said my current plan was just to use just as a temporary solution, was to use the adhesive it comes with and just have the magnetic pulling in the same direction the adhesive's trying to keep it on to work with it. But that depends on it actually being strong enough for that to work, which I don't know if it will be. They said a lot of this is going to come down to just my experimental. Is this going to work? That's the thing. Is like I'm sure I could get it to work eventually. I just don't know if I'll be able to get it to work in the manner I'm thinking of in my head. I know there is a method to get it to work, so I don't feel too bad about buying the supplies for it, because I will get it eventually. I just don't know if I'll get it down for this weekend, because I have this really bad habit of not coming up with ideas for it until like the week of the cosplay. What order do these go on? Let's start from the back. Let's not start from the back, because it covers some of the pegs the other sides need. She would tell me that. Modern kits are really good about telling you what order to do things in. These older kits is definitely a little weaker at. Should probably put the front part on actually first. Is this orientation? Yeah. Oh, maybe this goes on after. Or, oh, it just has flex. I see. Oh, that'd be really appreciated, Mace. As I said, if the magnet's in Rising time, I'll probably make that my stream tomorrow. I was doing that. So I would be more than happy to have any help you or suggestions you have to offer at the time if I do end up doing that. It'll be pretty much my first time doing any sewing stuff if I do end up doing that, so input would be appreciated. I'll probably end up looking up a bunch of tutorials tonight. Because if I'm already grabbing needle and thread, I'll probably try and hem the pants a little bit too. Because I said I was just going to use safety pins, but if I'm already having the needle and thread out, I might as well try my hand at that. I'll look up how to do it with the safety pins too, because then I can always, if I fuck it up, just use the safety pins. I don't like the sounds this is making. It's making some like clacking sounds. Look how big this, like, I can't get over. how huge these legs are. You know, I think even in the worst case scenario, I think the magnets will come like during my stream. So, if worst comes to worst, I might start the stream doing one thing and then switch over and do that for the second half. Oh, absolutely. This is silly. Like, this leg is bigger than the rest of his torso. Oh well. Does this just go on like this? Is there anything special I have to do to attach it? Nope, nothing special. Slammer on there. Yeah, got the weird proportions. There we go. Is this even gonna fit on the stand with these big old kicks? It's not looking like it. There it goes. It's definitely doesn't have a lot of room. So disproportionately sized. Love it. Okay, let's set him aside. Get the other leg done. You need to go back in time. Now that we did this once, we should be able to get through the second leg a little quicker. Well, but yeah, besides the like artist alley and music performances at the con this weekend, I noticed they had like a pretty big like gunpla section and had like some like gunpla design competitions. So I'm probably gonna check that out for a good chunk of the weekend. Might consider doing something for it next year. So we'll probably ask a bunch of questions. Anything else here? Nope. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be picking up as much art as I usually do this year. Definitely got to budget myself a little more strictly. I'll still probably end up picking up a couple pieces, but I'm probably going to try and limit it to one or two if I can help it. And Oh wait, no, here we go. I think we're mostly there. Ooh, excuse me. Yep, that one. Need the foot part yet. Do need this part though. Need some from the sprue. Be cutting a lot of pieces for this leg because I'm pretty familiar with the construction to the last one. Yeah. Oh wait, no, there it is. I knew there was one more piece from this. That's why I lingered on it last time. I knew it was missing one. The last two little ones. There we have a pile of pieces to clean. Which one is this? Very do-ish too. I did mention earlier I added some more tracks to my BGM. I found on the good old Dova syndrome. Almost stuck that piece directly into my bit pile. Yeah, it isn't really big like voice actor guests or celebrity guests. I'm super interested in meeting. They did have the English voice actor there for Lucy, but she had to cancel. Lucy from Cyberpunk. Her English VA was planned to be there, but she got sick apparently. Ooh, cleanup does get a little dull when it's all you're doing for a little bit. Generally why I don't tend to chop up too many pieces all at once. Keep it fresh, hunting for pieces in between. Because I know there's some people who like prep every piece before they even start building it all. But that's a lot of people who paint right from the beginning. They go through and basically prep all the pieces all at once and then get them ready for painting at the same time. Is a method. I shouldn't say everyone who does it just does that, but and there. Now I just need to clean up the soft rubber parts that I forgot to cut out. Okay, first off, we need an E and a J. Cut these out, clean them as I construct. E. Where are you? J up here. There we go. First chunk together. Now, as for the next, A and A H. Hey, Atmo, welcome, welcome. How's it going this evening? Not too bad. Just working on the legs for this model. Already got one of them done so far. Here, right, beefy boy. Working on the other one now. Yeah, but other than that, it's going good. Been talking a bit. I got a convention coming up this weekend. Getting a costume ready for. Was talking about that a bunch earlier. I did end up getting M2 Miyabi. I managed to get her on like 30 minutes left on the banner or something like that. I had to go deeper than I liked, but got her. Yeah, but now I gotta redo her drive disc, which is gonna be a pain in the ass. I'm just gonna not do that for a little bit. Shed some crit. Get more crit damage. Not a big fan of the disc drive grind in that game, but it's better than the grind in a lot of their other games, so. Oh, hell yeah! Oh crap, where did that even go? God, that flung off somewhere. Oh, that better not be. Oh, pain in the dick. Where did that go? Not great, because that literally could have gone pretty much anywhere here. Hell yeah! No, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm probably gonna wait and see near the end of the banner, then I'm gonna be rolling for her engine. Let me just quickly check something here. Yeah, I need that piece. Damn it. Oh, you got plenty of polychrome waiting for you then. There's a decent amount in that, I think. Well, I need to find that piece that went flying off somewhere, so seems like as good a time as any. I'm going to take my quick 10-minute bathroom break here and try and rustle up that piece while I do. But yeah, I will talk to you guys here soon. Where are you, BRB screen? Where are you? There you are. Yeah, I will be back in approximately 10 minutes, about 5 after. Oh, not that one. Let's try again. There we go. Talk to you soon. Okay, I am back. Welcome back, everyone. And Storyteller, thank you for that. That's pretty perfect. I think I already have a pair of thread scissors, because my family actually sold a lot of like sewing equipment when they were when I was growing up at like flea markets and stuff. So I actually have quite a few thread scissors, actually. I have more of those than regular scissors. So I just ended up getting a lot of, like, kind of marred leftover ones whenever they had ones they didn't want to sell. But yeah, oh, no, not gameplay. Let's... Where are you? Ugh, the screen kind of sucks because it's a little... The resolution's different than my main one, so everything's kind of squished. There we go. There's the right one. But yeah, I managed to find the wayward piece fairly easily. Hey, thanks, Abo. And welcome back, Storyteller. And yeah, that little starter kit is perfect. I should probably be able to find that for not too mad. As I said, I should be close by a craft store tomorrow when I'm picking up the stuff I need for the face makeup. Not the face makeup, the bullet wound makeup. There we go. Found the words. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have thought to pick up the seam ripper. Probably. Yeah, I probably would have got everything else, but I probably wouldn't have picked up the thread ripper, so that's great. Or seam ripper. Yeah. Well, it's technically it's like a water. The one I'm picking up, it is kind of a prosthetic, but it's halfway between a prosthetic and like a water application tattoo, like a temporary tattoo. Because it's basically a prosthetic that you apply, that's built into a like a water applicable tattoo, temporary tattoo type thing. It's basically how they get it stick to it. Is the prosthetic itself is surrounded with the water applicable kind of pattern. It's hard to describe. I'm using wrong words real good. But that's kind of the headspace I'm in tonight. Spent a lot of thinking about other stuff earlier, and now I'm kind of burnt out. But it is what it is. Go back and do some bottle delivered chillin'. Yeah, the Claire Obscura game I was playing the other day was pretty fun. As I said, the story's very somber. Which is kind of at odds for how kind of like wacky some of the characters are. It has a lot of potential, for sure. And the combat's really fun. It's like a turn-based combat, but it has active components like dodging and parrying. Reminded me a lot of like this is probably how shows you how outdated my like RPG knowledge is. It reminded me a lot of like Super Mario RPG for the Super Nintendo that had a lot of like turn-based combat but with active components. I'm missing a piece. This piece right here. Yeah, Claire Obscura, Expedition 33. Yeah, I just started that on stream on Tuesday. It's pretty fun. I didn't get super deep into it yet. I think I just got to the point where you're meeting up again with I don't know how much if you've played it or haven't, but basically just got to the point where he meets up with his like the girl he's taking care of again. But yeah, the gameplay in that is been the big draw for it. I heard the story is really good too, and I can definitely see it right now. But it's definitely a very depressing start. It paints a very bleak world. Where does this go? Oh, it's this toe part. That's right. Yeah, the voice acting in it's really good, and actually I've been really impressed with like the facial animations. Actually, like they're exaggerated to be sure, but it works really well. They do a lot of like emotion coming across in facial expressions. Right? Yeah. Notch down. I am getting the hang of the like parrying system pretty quick. The parry not so much. I can dodge everything now pretty easily, but I haven't quite got the parry down as solidly as the dodge for sure. And the QTEs for the skills is pretty. That one's not bad at all. Mostly learning the enemy attack patterns for the parries. Oh, that's not in. Ugh. Notice this kid has a lot more issues with pegs not going cleanly into the holes they're meant to. Having to be real careful of orientation. Stuff they've just smoothed out over time. Yeah, it definitely has like a cartoonishness to the characters. But it's not super exaggerated like something like Arcane. But it's close. Yeah, exactly. It paints like a very dark picture of the world, this world setting they have. The setting is basically they have there's a being called the Patris that showed up one day, and actually it's really good because yeah, I can see that the start is very the setting they set up is very bleak. It's basically a world that's been decades and decades where it's known it's going to end, and everyone's slowly dying, less and less people constantly. Yeah, it's a very bleak picture for what it'd be like growing up in that world. Let's just go in. Oh, right here. Right? Yeah. Like it was very tonally jarring at first because it was a super bleak setting, but the characters were like some of the characters were kind of like happy-go-lucky and kind of silly, and it was very jarring at first. And I thought about it, it's like, oh no, that kind of makes perfect sense. Like humor would be a coping mechanism for a lot of people in that situation. Yeah. For those pieces, start cutting some more out. Yeah, the combat, like the character building especially, seems like it's going to be really deep. And I mentioned on that stream, like the only two things about this game I had really seen so far is like a couple YouTube shorts of people one-shotting things, so I know there's like potential in the builds for making incredibly strong characters, and like a compilation of the character Monaco. It's basically the only other thing I saw about it. He was great, so, but it's very that like economy of the super setting characters like that. It's kind of charming. Where am I at here? Yeah, as I said, it'll come down to when I get those magnets. If they come in with plenty of time, I might do that. But I also might just straight up from the start say I'll split the stream and do Clear Obscura and then that. It also depends how long that will take. I might do that first, and then if it doesn't take very long, hop into Claire's Score for the rest of the night. Yeah, I'm down. That's kind of why I started. As I had heard it really heavily recommended by a lot of people. Like this, I intentionally avoided it here, actually going into details about anything, but I've heard people absolutely say they love the ending. So I know it has weight behind the story because enough people I trust the opinion of have said that. But I've also been very intentional about not looking up anything. Like I don't know anything about the setting. Like I kind of really like how they drop you into it blind. Very much are silent. Like I still don't really know all the specifics about what happened. Exact timeline of events just at the start of this, but that's intentional, obviously. There. SMT5. Is that the one that like the Persona games are in the same universe of? I don't think I've ever Shikoku Maja Tensei, or is that what that is? Is that something else? Yeah, Shin Megami Tensei. That's what it was. Yeah, it's basically like a lot of the like creature lore and stuff is, yeah, that's what I thought. Like it's mostly just in like the creatures that show up in Persona now were originally from Shin Megami Tensei. Is basically their only connection now, right? Like the penis chariot. Oh, I actually never really looked into the music of the other games. The music of Persona was great, so I imagine those probably have pretty good music too. Do those have like a PC version, or are they still on like PlayStation? Or I actually don't know anything about what platforms those came out on. Cool. I don't have a huge familiarity with any of those games. I just watched like a Let's Play through of like Persona 3. I have almost no exposure to Shin Megami Tensei. Uh, Yeah, I really need to play Baldur's Gate 3. I specifically like held off on playing that because I knew I was probably going to want to stream it at some point. That is something I have to get into. I've been waiting for it to go on sale mostly. But it probably actually has, and I probably missed it because I kind of fell off watching. I was watching like a hawk for a while there, and I kind of grew weary of it not ever really going really good on sale. But I know it's worth it though. Maybe I'll bite the bullet and pick that up sometime now. But I wanted to get Clear Obscura out of the way because it's pretty much the only reason I have Game Pass still. And once I finish that, I guess I'll need it for Sea of Thieves. Because I think I have plans to play that coming up in a couple weeks. So I'll probably need to hang on to it for that. But the main reason that was my big want for. Well, besides hearing it was a fantastic game. Was if I finished that, I didn't really have a whole lot of other reason to keep Game Pass. But now I have Sea of Thieves on the horizon, so I'll probably end up keeping it for a while longer anyway. Yeah, that'll probably be, I think, next weekend. So we thought about maybe doing it this weekend. But because of the convention, we ended up pushing it back to next weekend. I think we got like at least a 3-man person team start play some Thieves again. I haven't played that in forever. I never really seriously got into it with it. I mostly played it solo. Oh, I need that sticker on. Yeah, that should be fun. I wonder if I come up with a pirate voice after that. Oh, we'll have to buy it. I can't be the only one doing the pirate voice. Everyone has to do a pirate voice. So we'll see if I can't convince the others. Instructions a little quicker now that I know what I'm doing here. Yeah. Oh yeah, we should be able to get this finished tonight. Oh, even if I need to go a little later, should be able to get it finished. This is the second leg, and then we've got the boosters on each shoulder, shield, and the cannon. Cannon should be really easy for me, seen the pieces, but that shield's probably pretty involved. go. Definitely, one thing I notice is this kit seems a little less stable. Maybe it's just how they've designed the snap fit stuff on Whaaat're kits versus this kit, but like when I put pressure on this piece like straight in and like wiggle it a little bit, I can kind of feel it like sliding in ways modern kits don't really seem to do much. Especially when I have the armor, like it's more noticeable when the armor plating is on. It has a little extra give on top of the give that's already there. It's not a big deal. It's something I definitely notice. Makes me want to handle it with a little more kids' gloves than I probably usually would. I think we need all of these pieces, so we're just gonna go down the line. No, it's gonna be another empty screw. Yeah, and as I mentioned before, this is another thing I've noticed with this kit compared to more modern kits. Modern kits don't ever leave this small a space between the end of the screw and the piece. They leave you lots of room. Yeah, that's an empty screw, which is gone. Isn't it? Oh no, wait, one more piece from here. Cool. Do it. As much as I rag on this thing for having huge ass feet, it is a very unique design, and I kind of really like how bulky it actually does look. The reason I have an affinity for this design, even though I have no affinity for the actual source material, besides me just having an action figure of it when I was younger, I like it because it's bulky as shit compared to some of the like, really thinner models. Jeez. I will say the cleanup is really easy in the older kit. They did a good job of like putting the screw connection points in spots, but it's pretty easy to get a clean snip. Really don't need to do many pull-up snips either. Very occasionally do. Hell yeah. Okay. Legs up. Yeah, definitely not as smooth lining these pegs up as it's either. Our kids don't have to worry about orientation inserting these pegs as much as I do on this one. Maybe damaging the fish too much. There we go. Satisfying. I guess that is something the markets lack. A lot of these don't have that really satisfying click. give and a take. Oh. Okay, now we just need to put the plates on this ankle thing. Yes. Oh, I actually gotta get the interior of the ankle done together too. A little bit more. That's a coming up. And let throw another screw over the shoulder. It's always a good thing. Oh, it's this song. The song played earlier, and it reminds me of Cranberries. Overjoyed. Just that little bit that played a couple seconds ago. Reminded me of Zombie. Nothing else of it does, so I'll just leave that. A little progression there. I'm kind of glad I found a bit more BGM though. Most stuff I had was getting a little stale. Still in there. Mixed in about another half again as many songs. Always fun. But I definitely have to be in a certain mood to go BGM hunting. So this will also be the first convention season where I've been into ZZZ. So I'm wondering how much actual ZZZ merch is going to be here. Yeah, because no, I didn't play it last year during convention season. So I probably wouldn't even recognize the characters if they did have merch there. It'd be interesting to see how much there actually is now that I'm paying attention. Of course, you're not going to be able to spend as much as usual on merch, but it is what it is. I don't think there's a huge amount of ZZ merch I want anyway. Pick up a pin or something. It's usually the go-to for merch. It's just a pin or an acrylic charm or something like that. I like to keep it small, and I hate acrylic stands. It's unfortunately like the main merch most things get. It seems so cheap. I can at least find like acrylic charms cute, like design sense, but no. It's all personal opinion, though. To each their own. I could definitely see the appeal of like a figure rotation that isn't godly expensive. Well, to be fair, like Nendroids are. Oh, Nendroids are bad. Nendroids are expensive, for sure. But pretty much anything's better than a fucking. Oh, I've completely forgotten what they're called. Oh, it's kind of great. I kind of don't want to think about it anymore because I kind of like not remembering what they're called. The worst merch that is everywhere that doesn't look anything like the characters usually. They're going for their aesthetic more than the actual like character aesthetic. That's the nice thing about getting new BGM is I don't remember it as well as the stuff I had for so long. Catch me off guard. I don't really know what's coming up. This is almost primacy. Not like overtones, but like the mostly the bass line. I don't get that part. Sound of the bass line, that is. So, notes. The ankle construction is very unique. Of course, it would have to be for how big the foot is, but weird, like 3 parts going into the central piece. Usually it's pretty similar, but usually the central piece is now built into one of the heel. Usually, actually, I think is how it usually is now. This weird movable arch independently is interesting. Oh, put those on, shouldn't I? There we go. Big old kickers. Jesus. Oh, get these armor plates on. As big as that foot looks now. You have all the ankle armor around it, it looks even bigger. Yeah, looking forward to getting the shield. The shield definitely is one of the more interesting design parts of this guy. This one, right? Yeah. It's also probably the biggest single pieces of plastic I've seen on one of these models. I haven't shown this off in a while since we started, but yeah, look how big that single piece of plastic is. Like as big as my hand. Probably the biggest single piece of plastic I've seen in one of these kits. And oh wait, is this an empty sprue again? Yeah, another empty sprue. Snip, snap, snap. Oh, snipe. through. Oh, I think this is all I need for this step. Tis. I am maintaining this has probably been, it's almost certainly just due to the fact that almost all the pieces are big. But this for sure has probably been the easiest time I've had like cleaning up the nub marks on a kit. I don't know if it's just where they're positioned or the type of plastic they're using or what, but I haven't really had to do second cuts almost ever. This is the first one of the few times I've had like a really angled corner right there. Oh, sorry, off screen a little bit there. Scoot in a little bit. This really doesn't like being stable, does it? Yeah, you gotta be so careful with the orientation of the pins. Oh, until it just goes in easy. No reason. Well, okay then. Maybe I just need to tell it what it's bad at more often so it immediately fixes it. I still don't like the sounds this makes though. Keeps making like plastic on plastic rubbing sounds. I'm not a fan of. The back panel. How huge this is. Give me. Like, absurd. I guess just the foot comparison. Do ya? The foot's as long as his entire calf. Oh, and of course I picked the one that's probably the biggest pain to get on and off. Ugh. Right, please. Oh yeah. Good enough for now. Okay. We are solid. Let's take this thing off the stand for now. I'm pretty sure this guy's gonna have no problem standing for how bottom heavy he is. Yeah, these feet are kind of nuts. I can't even get them flat-footed because they're so big. Oh, that's a bottom heavy boy. Seriously, he's like 60% feet. Like his knees down is about the same mass as the rest of them. Okay, let's get the rest of the nut weapons and boosters on him so it doesn't look quite as silly. Boom, boom. Boom. Start. Weapon, body's done. Back here we've skipped. Legs, arms, head. Nope. Okay, let's just do the backpack first then. Let's do that. I think the backpack's where it stores the actual like nuke, like half the launcher. C9 and 10, C9 and 10. C5. There's actually a bit more to this launcher than I thought there was. Just two big tube parts. Looks like there's actually quite a bit. Internal components as well. Alright, so solid pieces. Let me move over here. So, jeez. Big rubber gasket. This is just doom. PCP? Really? PC letter P. Yeah, Clear Score is probably gonna be my next, like, probably main game I play for a while. I have been enjoying it quite a bit. Might do something different on Sundays, but that'll probably be the like Tuesday, Thursday game I play. Hey, feel good? How's it going? Thanks for the follow, man. And yeah, I think she's lurking right now, but I'll make sure to pass along your thanks to her next time I talk to her. It was very nice of her. But yeah, thank you very much for the follow. Feel good and welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're having a great night. Just starting on the accessories and weapons for the Physalis model here. Got the big old legs on her. I started about, I think it'll be 3 months in another 2 week. Doing it the last 3 months or so, yeah. I've been building probably, I got back into it kind of casually probably about 2 years ago, but I only started doing it pretty regularly when I started streaming it. It's been fun though. I think everything on the desk right now is stuff I've done on stream. Yeah, I think I got all the ones I had done before off the desk now. Hell yeah! Thanks, feel good. Good to have you. Yeah, I've been enjoying doing this kit, which is originally came out in 1998. The actual kit is much like a reprint from much more recently, but it's been interesting seeing some of the design differences from the older kits. Orient this. Oh, I don't think it matters. It just snaps in. Oh yeah. Yeah, fortunately, I'm starting to run through my backlog a little quicker than I expected. So I had to cut back on how many actual model building streams I've been doing. Still do them about once a week, usually on Wednesdays. But I realized if I had kept going 2 a week, I would run out of models pretty quick. But because of that, I've also started taking up doing little bit of model painting. This is the first one I did some painting on. I painted basically all the red highlights on his stuff. Been pretty happy with it, so I'm probably going to get into more of doing that, because that eats up a nice chunk of time. Well, I say eat up as if that's something I want to do. It definitely is little more time consuming than the actual building. But I'm assuming that's something that will also speed up as I get a bit better at it, because I am definitely rusty, and not rusty, I haven't done it before. Yeah, I've been hand painting most of it. I don't have a good airbrush setup, and I kind of wanted to, as I said, I kind of plan to get into doing some Warhammer miniatures at some point. I have a box of Tyranids upstairs I need to get through. So I kind of figured I'd get into hand painting a bit. Thank you. Yeah, I was pretty happy with it. Except when you get up close on it, you can see the lack of, especially on the very first couple pieces I painted, I didn't have my thinning down properly or anything like that. You can definitely tell it went on a little thick, but I kind of like having the record of it, because I'm sure it'll get better as I do more and more of them. So it'll be nice looking back to kind of see where I improved from. Yeah. Oh, that's why I can't find it. I already did it. Okay, yeah, this is for the waist that I already built. Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing I noticed. The older manuals, it took me a while to realize why I was having much more difficulty reading them. It's because they're kind of laid out differently. Like, they have a lot of, like this specifically, whereas you see how it has, like, this cutout? A lot of the modern ones do it like this for the whole manual. But I noticed in this older one, a lot of them, for like the construction of this assembly, it's just like, here's the name, go over here and find out how to build it. It has like separate sections rather than all being cut out, so it's a little more confusing. But once I picked up on that, it has been a bit easier. There's also like no English whatsoever, pretty much. Literally just the titles is the English and everything else is Japanese. But yeah, exactly. It's neat seeing. But on the other hand, what they did do back then that they don't do now is have sick 2D illustrations of the models, like hand-drawn illustrations from the looks of it, and like detail breakdowns on internal parts with hand-drawn animations. Like, it has some really neat animations in it that none of the modern ones I've seen have had. Yeah, like internal breakdowns of the thrusters and stuff. It's neat. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that is really nice too. Like the color pics showing paint job. Like that is something that kind of inspired me, because I don't actually super like the like kind of beigeish tone to a lot of this is. So I'm probably gonna end up doing this paint job on them. It's kind of my plan. I need to pick up some more white paint because the white paint I have is not going to be nearly enough. But that's probably my plan. And he has a pretty simple color scheme overall, so it seems like it might be a pretty decent starter kit to do some overall painting on. I think down the line I might eventually pick up an airbrush, but I'm gonna stick to hand painting for now. Cool. Into the backpack. It was funny because originally when I saw this like beigeish color scheme to the plastic, I wondered if it was an actual like old kit. Then I actually took the time to actually look up on how to tell when your kit was printed. It is not an old kit. It is like less than a year old since printing. It's just an old design they reprinted fairly recently. So the beige color scheme is intentional for sure. Hell yeah. Thanks, Feel Good. Try and keep talking every now and then. Usually when I get to the cleaning up the nubs, I get a little quiet, but we'll see. I'll try my best. Hope you have a good rest of your night. The other thing I noticed with the older kits is instead of having like punch through letters on all the sprues, they have like etched letters. See, it's much harder to see from at a glance what letter what sprue is. I've definitely found I had to look a lot harder to find what I'm looking for. I think this is the only multicolor sprue. Cements. This is kind of the unique colors. A whole lot of this in other plates. Okay. Yeah, I am interested to check out. I have a convention coming up this weekend I'm going to be going to. This has kind of been the first. I've been going for a couple of years, but this is the first year I've gone where I've been into this gunpla stuff. And I didn't really realize they have a fairly sizable like gunpla section at this convention. So Should be interesting to check it out. They have like build competitions and stuff. Not build like design, like custom model competitions. I'm very interested in checking that out. I think probably ask a bunch of questions to see about next year. Might do a diorama or something. Seems like a decent next step is having a bunch of these models and start putting them in dioramas when they're in fight scenes. I haven't seen a lot of it, but I have really liked the people who do a lot of like effects work on their models, either weapon effects or like damage effects. Stuff that I might want to start considering in the future. Oh, I gotta check that out. I unfortunately don't have a lot of time to spend to watch other streams. Usually, it's usually either busy with stuff or doing my own streams. But I really need to start checking it out, especially if that's going on. Because that seems like that'd be super cool. Where seeing people work on their entries. Especially if it's something I kind of want to get into. It seems like it'd be super useful to check out other people doing it. Let's go in. Oh, like this. Okay. It's definitely, I've noticed with this older kid, there's a lot less, not a lot less, but I've definitely noticed I've had a lot more awkward, like, angles. I've had to press on pieces to get them to connect properly compared to modern kids. Especially the shoulders. Like, these shoulders were actually a nightmare to get on. Like, actually, if I had to do it again, I'd probably take the shoulder piece apart, put the ball joint in, because it's just perfectly designed so you can't apply pressure on it in the right angle. So it was, and it's the soft rubber joints on these old kits, or on the older design kits. Well, I guess on that specific joint, even the modern kits kind of use the soft rubber still. But for this one especially, I just could not get enough force in the right direction behind it to get it on. I basically had to very slowly rotate it to get it in. Back to this little hatch. Oh, we still have a few more detail pieces to go on here. Including this tiny piece. Oh, wait. I got Japanese here I gotta translate. Yeah, they're like, I've noticed they're like warnings that are like really standardized in the modern kits are now really not standardized. Like instead of the nice little do not cut warnings that are fairly consistent, it's like individual little things saying specific thing, very specific messages. Here we go. At least it's not actually the 90s, because the 90s they have a much harder time translating this. Pay attention to the direction. Yes, sir. Manual. So I'm gonna wait and cut this clear tiny piece out last, because that seems like it would be a nightmare if I misplaced that. I'm gonna wait till I'm ready to install that before I cut that out. C8. There we are. Okay, they're all in here at least. Yeah, there's actually quite a bit more to this bazooka than I thought there was. I thought from originally looking at the pieces, there wasn't that much to it. It's quite a bit. C4. Oh. Oh, one more piece. This ring right here. Yeah, convention definitely snuck up on me. Wasn't expected it to be quite so soon. Although it is fairly late in the year for a lot of conventions. Both the ones local to me are super late in the year. I still have another month for my second one. Still, it's nice having a couple of them local. Okay, now that that piece is done, I can get this piece ready. Oh, this actually does have a slot on it, doesn't it? Yeah, it does right there, okay. Oh, nice. Right in. Oh, what? It like folds out? Oh, that's cool. It's like a sight glass that like goes in. That's actually pretty unique. Flimsy, but that was all the two pieces too. Tiny one go. Yeah, the big difference between this convention and the convention that's later in the year, this one's definitely much more like kind of cosplay and like animation focused. The one in the later in the fall is very much kind of more comic and like movie focused. It's neat that we have two that have very different vibes that are fairly similar. There's still quite a bit of cosplay at that one too. But I noticed there's a lot less people doing like amateur cosplay at that one compared to this one I'm going to go to this weekend. There we go. Coming together. Okay. Like they move on from piece to piece kind of weirdly. They leave you with like a bunch of separate pieces until much later steps where you put them all together. Which, to be fair, they always kind of do for body pieces, but they do it for like a lot of accessory and like attachment pieces. Okay, so like this needs to be this piece over here, right? Yeah. Okay. Wow, this is actually pretty intricate for this kit. Nice. Cool. Everything else is soft rubber. Or softer rubber, I should say, but. These thrusters actually look like they're pretty involved too, now that I look at it. CQ. Down here. And I actually can't get over how much this kit uses these soft rubber pieces. The legs alone use like 9 or 10 of them each. Hey! Thanks for the follow, Tyrion. Well, welcome. Hope you're having a good night. Just here, finishing up my Gundam Physalis. And thank you for the follow, KVO the Toho. Well, oh wait, no, that's Kvoza. Hey man, I hope you're enjoying Bleach. Never been one I've really had too much of an affinity for myself, but I've always kind of, the people who like it seem to really like it. Always kind of respect that. I never really heard anything too negative about it. Oh, actually, I shouldn't say that. I know someone who's very negative about it, but I've never really seen any of those negative stuff myself. Yeah, I hope you're having a good night. Oh, I can see it. Like, that's an opinion I've heard enough people say that I respect their opinion and know it's got something to it. Just never. I think it basically just missed me at the time it was coming out. I'm getting a lot of follows all in a row here. I hope everyone's having a great night. Thanks for the follow, Korg. Yeah, I hope everyone's having a great night. Just been talking a bit about a convention I gotta come in this weekend while I work on this. Hey, Korg. Yeah, I just started going recently in like the last couple of years. This will be my 3rd year going to them. But it's been a lot of fun. I got lucky that the city I live in has a couple that go on every year that are pretty good. But this is the first year I've been really into the gunpla. And they actually have a fairly decent like gunpla section with like custom model competitions and stuff. So I'm definitely looking forward to checking some of that out when I'm there. Let's go. Oh, like this. Yeah, it's definitely an aspect I want to get into because I think I started doing. This is my first model I painted last time. It's one of the like Armored Core 30mm. And one thing I kind of hated about this kit is how bland all the weapons were, because they're basically meant to just be interchangeable. So they didn't really have a color scheme to them at all. But I didn't really like that, so I went and got this guy's color scheme from the game and painted his weapons to it. Yeah, I did it at like a rate. I first got into it when I was a little kid, but I never got really into it. I just did a couple high grades. But I got back into it as an adult probably 2 years ago. But that was mostly just because I saw a kid at a hobby shop I was at and decided to do it. And from then on, I did about one every like 8 months, 9 months. But then I kind of really started to get into it for a bit. And it was around the same time I was thinking about starting streaming. So kind of combined both of them into one. But it's been a lot of fun. Been enjoying checking out like different eras of kits. That's why I'm doing this kit originally from '98. It's been a lot, actually really interesting. It's been neat seeing the differences. Yep, those Armored Core ones are the only ones I've done. The other ones, other 30-minute mission kits don't really seem to have a whole lot of appeal to me. But it was pretty good. I'd put it about like it was. The detail was about on par with like a real grade kit, but the like complexity of construction was a little less than that. I'd say it's probably about halfway between like a high grade and a real grade kit. It's got the detail of a real grade kit, but the like construction complexity isn't quite there. But that's just these Armored Core kits. I can't speak for like the other parts of the line. That goes on there, and on the back of the shoulder. Yep. I've gotten those guys too. There's people who really like the third-party kits, and to be fair, a lot of the ones they've shown me have been really cool. But my local shop mostly has these Bandai kits, and they're a lot easier to get. So that's what I've been doing for now. But yeah, I definitely think I am almost definitely going to end up getting a third-party kit at some point. I just haven't really settled on what it's going to be. There we go. Backpack. Back part of the launcher. And okay, now I think we're starting on these boosters. The shield. And then we're done. Oh, I gotta clear my throat here. Just give me a second. Hey there, Walla Walla. How's it going? I hope you're having a great night. Well, let's start with these boosters. Get 2 of these little things first. That's all you can hope for sometimes, Walla. And yeah, I think this kit is probably going to be the next kit I end up doing some painting on. I don't super like the kind of beigeish color most of his like main armor has. I don't know how well it shows off on camera, but it's very kind of like dull beigeish, the color scheme for it. Shit's moving. Oh, a bit more, so I have more to see. This is the Bandai version. Walla. It's this kit right here. Oh, I can't really get far enough back to give you a good shot of it on that camera, but You probably know what it looks like. Oh, that's awesome. Feels good. Upscale. Oh, the upscale kits are really tempting. Those definitely seem tempting as some of my first third-party kits. Is there any significant difference between the third-party one, or is it just quality? Because I've heard this, like, I can already tell what some of the issues with this one are going to be as time goes on, just from like how many of the like soft rubber joints it uses. Not soft, but you know what I mean. The good old PC parts. I-17. Oh, I have seen that one. That's the one that comes with lighting. Okay, yeah, I have seen that kit. Yeah, that one does look pretty good. I didn't know it had a motorized bazooka, though. That's actually really cool. Oh, I don't remember the name of it. Someone showed me a really cool third-party kit the other day. Like, it kind of... Let me bring... Where's the... Oh, the manager here. So it had similar... Kind of similar shaped booster things to this, but it was, like, much larger, and it had 4 of them. And it kind of looked Zaku-ish. I can't remember the name of it. There's a third-party kit of that. Oh, yeah, it had, like, a very Russian name. So that's probably why I can't remember it off the top of my head. But, that one, I saw a third-party kit for that looked amazing. Yeah, that, Castria. Yeah, I'm not even trying to pronounce it properly. Text. I need someone in person to actually... Yeah, I saw a really nice third-party kit of that. It was expensive, but it damn well looked worth it. Yeah, that's probably been up there as one of the better looking third-party kits that I've been shown. Thank you for the follow, Cyclone. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great night. Rearrange my UI a bit. Not usually this busy. And thanks for the follow as well, Walla. Not much. Just working, coming close to finishing up with Physalis. Just starting to work on his boosters now. Yeah, this is an interesting kit because I don't really have a huge like I haven't really seen the source material he's from. My actually affinity from him comes for I actually had an action figure, like not a model. I had an action figure of this guy when I was a kid, and I really liked the design then. And I kind of forgot about him entirely until when I was starting to look for older kits to do, I saw it. Because of that, I ended up picking him up. Yeah, Stardust Memory. It was actually neat too, because like like it's got a very unique design. Like it's got the huge ass feet and a lot of that, and the huge shield, all the kind of really bulky parts. And it was actually pretty neat reading up on it a bit and learning. It's like, no, it's kind of intentionally like that because it's up armored to hell to survive its own nuclear explosion. Up armor and like massive cooling systems. Nice. Yeah, I really haven't checked out much of the actual source material. Like most of my like nostalgia for Gundam came from seeing Gundam Wing when I was a kid. And that's really what got me into the gunpla to start with. I've only just started expanding out into other series. but I've pretty much got... Actually, yeah, I'm getting there. I have almost all the... Any Gundam Wing model I don't have right now would just be another version of one of the ones I already have. Like the Death Scythe Hell to the Death Scythe, or that type of thing. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. There, finished my water. Hope that's good enough for now. Voila, I'll refill it here in a second. I've only very recently even started to dabble in painting. This is actually the first model I've done any painting on, and it was mostly just a little bit of detailing on weapons. Like, these were just straight gray when I first got them. I wasn't happy with that, so I did a bit of the red coloring from the game. And then I did the paint and the sticker there, and the bit of the eye painting to make it really pop. It's an Armored Core mech, yeah, it's one of the, from the, it's actually directly from the Armored Core 6 game. It's one of the models from that. Hey, welcome, Maynard, and thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. As I said, it's my very first kit I've actually done painting on. So it's definitely, as you can see, especially on like the gun barrel, when you get up close on it, you can see I didn't really have a good hang on thinning the paints. But something of a learning experience, and I kind of am happy to have an example of how it looks when I was first starting to kind of compare my progress. Yeah, busy tonight. Yeah, thank you everyone for joining me. I've been pretty happy with that line. As I said, the one aspect of it that I was a little disappointed in is just the weapons were very plain. But that's because they're supposed to kind of be interchangeable across the models. But the amount of detail on them has actually been really impressive to me. Hey, Skitsek, welcome! Hey, it looks like I bet my goal. Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate you all for coming out tonight. No, I don't have a Discord yet. I've kind of just been getting stuff set up by myself, so... I haven't really... I got someone who's asked me about it before and is willing to help me get it set up, but I haven't really touched base with them yet. That's in the plans, though. Especially now that I'm starting to pick up momentum a little bit, I've got to get on that. Thankfully, thankfully, the main reason I got into streaming at all is I have a roommate who's been streaming for a couple years now. So... he's thankfully had a couple of his mods have been helping me out with stuff like Storyteller and a couple other people, so thankfully I have someone to help me out with some of that stuff once I do decide to get it set up. So yeah, let's clean up some of these bits. There we go. What's on next? Soft plastic. Oh, looks like time for... I'll probably have to refill my water here in a second then. So I just finished it off from Whaaat're. Oh, my roommate is Shutswolf. He does a lot of like game streaming. He's originally like really into DayZ for a while there. Yeah, he doesn't really do much of the gunpla modeling. This has very much been my own thing. But he put the idea of actually streaming it in my head. It helped me out quite a bit. PCB. Yeah, I will need to refill my water here in a second. So let me just get these pieces together. I'll run and refill that. Be a good opportunity to use the washroom as well. But I want to get these couple pieces together first. Hey, Sir Jerkface, welcome, welcome. I've been collecting them because I don't know, I want to do some type of project with them. I've actually been collecting pretty much everyone I've done on stream so far. Let's see. Yeah, there's Gundam Epion. There's that Liger Tail. Nightfall, Steel Haze. It's actually funny. You can tell as I've done more and more of these models, I've saved more and more of the nibs. Because like I think this is Death Sights and Shenlong I did from the beginning, where I barely have any. But I definitely started chopping off more and more of the nibs as I've gone. Yep, that's how I did it for the longest time there, Walla, is just do it over the empty box. But then I kind of wanted to start saving the nubs, so I've been using this method. Why I'm saving them, I don't know, but... Oh, that's sick. I have to look into that Cyclone. Yeah, that's part of why I liked it. Like, I almost thought of maybe doing something like a vial, kind of like how they do sand art, and just having the different layers be the different models. But I don't know how much they'll actually end up mixing. I'm sure I could come up with some method to actually separate them. Oh, nice, Walla. Yeah, airbrush definitely seems like somewhere I think I'm gonna end up going eventually. I started with hand painting because I kind of wanted to get into maybe doing some Warhammer 40k painting as well. So I figured I'd get some practice on that, doing hand painting on these kits. But I definitely think an airbrush is where I'm going to end up. Sorry, guys, I'm just scrolling back up in chat, see if I'm missing anything. Oh, 20 kits since January, Tyrion. That's great. What am I at since I started doing this in May? And I've done... I think this is actually my 10th kit since I started 3 months ago. So I'm actually probably not that far behind. Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, I do have like a personal Discord. Let me dig up my number. You guys can just message me on Discord with anything you want me to show, because I don't think I have links enabled in chat right now. I'll post my Discord, so if you have anything you want me to show, I can just see. I can just link it to me in chat. In that chat, just bring it up here. Yeah, I realized as soon as I said you could post it. Well, I don't have links enabled. Gotta figure out, where are you, Discord? Oh, shift over. I'm also not at my PC. My PC is across the room, and I'm using a wireless keyboard, so everything's a little janky for me. Yeah, I have a personal Discord. I just don't have a Discord server set up or anything. There we go. Yeah, the coaster ID is really good, actually. As I said, I kind of, without an end goal, started collecting the nubs, but... Okay, sure. I don't know what that was. Walla 2000. Yeah, you have a great night, Wayne, huh? Sorry, I got distracted here. I suppose I could actually probably do this way faster from my phone, but is what it is. There we go. I sent you a friend request. Voila. I'm gonna set this aside so I can quickly get this done and grab my water. I've been promising. No rush though. One thing I recently picked up these God Hand clippers, and I've noticed with the like soft rubber pieces, if you're not careful, you can just cleave right through them. Yeah, like it was interesting because I think it was just because I really wasn't sure how to use them properly when I first got them. So when I first got them, I didn't really notice much difference from the snippets I was using. Then as I used them more and more, yeah, I definitely started to notice the difference. He's going.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, okay, good. I did. I wasn't that careful, but I did. So we're upset. Okay. Take a look there, what? Oh, that's sick. Yeah, I'll definitely take a deeper look through this later. That's awesome. So from even from the little bit I looked at so far, that's cool as shit. Well, yeah, as I said, I definitely think that's in the cards down the line because it seems like the best way to actually achieve some of the results that I want. But especially at the start, I kind of want to keep my investment low until I'm sure it's something I'll be able to do. Not that I'm super doubtful, especially with how many tutorials there are online. Camphor, definitely. Cool, I'll check that out. Favorite Mech show. I think after this, I think after this is probably going to be the real grade Gar. I've got 3 kits currently in my backlog and 2 more on the way. But yeah, I've got that real grade Gar. I've got the Master Grade Barbatos, which is probably going to be after that. And then my finisher is probably going to be the Master Grade Verkai version of the Sazabi. I'm holding out on that one too, because I've heard that one be super highly recommended. Yeah, I opened up the Gar already to see it, and I'm actually kind of super hyped about all the like combine and transformation gimmicks on it. I was a big fan of Megazords when I was a kid. It's a shame I haven't found like a decent, like not super expensive Megazord kit. That's funny. Yeah, I've heard really, as I said, most of what I picked up for my last batch was stuff I'd just seen people actually, it was literally from going around on Twitch and talking to people and stuff they've recommended. That was where I heard about the Sazabi, and that's where I heard a lot of people recommend that Master Grade Barbatos kit. Hey, welcome for the follow, Einar. Sorry, I missed it. Einar! Yeah, especially once, and as for the 2 that are on their way, I got pre-orders in for the Ultron and the Talgeese Flugel from, and well, I guess Flugel's technically from the comic, but I have those off the Bandai pre-orders coming in later in September. Yeah, I did the Shenlong up here already, but I'm definitely much more of a fan of the Ultron version from the Honest Waltz than the Shenlong. That was actually, I was so happy to see that kit came back up for pre-release, because that was one of the ones I was super bummed and did not want to pay like 3 times the market price in the secondary market. Nice! Someone else get the flugel. I think, yeah, I think the Talgeese is probably, like, the original Talgeese is probably my favorite model from Gundam Wing. Or not my model, my favorite mech from Gundam Wing. And, so the flugel's is definitely one I'm looking forward to doing. I haven't seen much of the polymodel. I'll have to look that one up. But yeah, as I mentioned, I'm just going to take a quick step away here to get some water, refill my water, and quickly use the washroom. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Talk to you soon. Hey, I am back. Now for the overdue water. Yeah, I almost was not happy about the P-Vine situation when the Eltron got announced, but thankfully I have someone in the States who's willing to ship it up to Canada for me. So I was almost in a situation where I was really bummed out that it was coming back and I couldn't get it. So I feel you for a bit there, Skidsec. Thanks, Einer. Thanks for the lurk, man. PG Banshee Nord, sick. Okay, where were we? Nice! Yeah. I'm more on the western end of the country, but still pretty close. I used to be East Coast, so. Okay, anywhere else? Okay, gotta do that intermediate part too. Oh, almost lost my snippers. I have noticed this older kit, older design kit, has a lot more like big, bulky design pieces, rather than building them up from small pieces. 3. No, there hasn't been any screws from what I can see. It's not quite that old, the design. Well, actually, I shouldn't say. I'm actually not familiar with kids using screws, even use screws. The only ones I've seen with screws so far have been the action bases that I've built. Use this one. Yeah, that's been like probably the a couple differences I've seen has been like the much bigger pieces overall, the sprue design is definitely worse. That's something I found noticeably. There's a lot more like really close to the sprue parts where it's really hard to actually even fit the snippers in. They definitely improved on that quite a bit. Okay. Yeah, there's the manual is definitely a little more confusing. They well, it was really confusing until I kind of realized it's much more laid out right to left like Japanese is, whereas the flow on the modern manuals is definitely Western left to right more. Actually, but I noticed that too. Even going from like the early 2010 kits to like the 2020 kits, there's like 3 times as much English in them. You can tell they really started to focus more on their overseas audience. Not focus more, but more than they were, I should say. Not more than their other audience. Yeah, I think the Shenlong high grade is one of my newer kits. That's like a 2022 kit. And it was hilarious reading the manual for that. There's just like barely any Japanese. What's this? Okay. Yeah. I think the very next step for my like painting advancement is I need to get a good finish coat. That's something I haven't been doing so far that I want to start doing for my next couple. So I've heard especially for like panel lining, it's pretty important to do like a top coat over your paint before you start panel lining. Rotation. You want the space up. Yeah. Oh, MGs are far and away my favorite grade of kit so far to do. They definitely like I've only done one real grade kit so far. I did a real grade Evangelion, and that was fun, but it hurt the hell out of my fingers. Like the amount of like tiny piece buildup on the chest part of that build was painful. Yeah, Masquerade's definitely been the sweet spot for me because I don't know. It's the high grade is just a little too cute for me. Like I like it, but it also just kind of seems a little like a thing you pull out of a gacha machine more than anything. I know it's not that, but and the miniature has a certain appeal, but I definitely like the bigger model size for display and stuff. Another one of those. Yeah, I do eventually want to try and tackle a perfect grade kit, but none of the ones that have come out have really appealed to me all that much. Like the only, as I said, most of my affinity for Gundam comes from the Wing series originally, and unfortunately I don't really like the Angel Wing on the Wing Gundam. I don't mind it as much on the Flugel for some reason, but on the Wing Gundam, I really don't like it. So the perfect grade one doesn't super appeal to me. Definitely, if I'm putting down that money, I kind of want to have a bit more connection to the thing I'm building. What am I missing here? Another one of these? Oh wait, there's several of these. Okay. 3333. Gotcha. Yeah, and that's the thing is that if that perfect grade kit was also really highly recommended, I probably wouldn't feel as bad about getting it, but people also seem kind of middling about that kit. Yeah, none of the other ones that have had perfect grades so far have really been ones that the design is super something I like. We'll see though. I'm sure I'll probably end up getting one of some of them, even if it's just one. Even if I don't like design, I just know it's supposed to be really fun to build. But looking at the design is definitely pretty important to me. What am I looking for? Oh, one of these. I have to say, after doing that armored core kit with the 4 legs, it definitely made me want to try more like non-standard kits with like weird legs. Oh hell yeah! Yeah, you said it was it you who said that was the Banshee Norton? Is that you who was talking about that? Sorry, I'm not used to chat being quite this busy. Scroll up a little bit. Too far. Hell yeah. Yeah, I've heard the unicorn. That's the unicorn you're talking about, right, Walla? Yeah, I've heard that's a really nice kit. I don't like the unicorn's design for some reason. I almost like its design before it like expands more. I can definitely see the appeal to it. It's just something about it doesn't really click for me. Oh, that's awesome. I hope you have a good birthday, Tyrion. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now, Walla. Yeah, I knew the Banshee Norn was like the unicorn. I wasn't exactly sure what Walla was talking about. But okay, so it's just the RX-78. But it's like I'm assuming PGU is like perfect grade ultimate or something like that. Unleashed. Sorry, I had the wrong buzzword. Oh, I can see that. I had this idea last stream of doing maybe like a. I gotta figure out how I'd actually do it, but it actually seems like it might be a decent, fun idea to do a blind build of something. Like literally just get the sprues, no manual, no box. See if you can get it together. I think I could. I don't know. I haven't done a whole lot of this kit, so if it was something completely out of the field I had seen before, I'd probably have trouble. It seems like it might be a halfway decent idea sometime. I kind of that's kind of why I picked up the Sasby, is I wanted to kind of give a shot at a kit with a few more pieces than usual. That was definitely kind of my warm up for maybe getting a perfect grade. Where are we at now? Oh, we're in Binder Town. Ooh. Yeah, those hiring kits are definitely a little out of what I'm willing to spend on some of this stuff. Especially when it's at that range. What is the most... Yeah, I think that Sasby is probably the most expensive one I've gotten so far. That's about on the upper level. Yeah, the only kits I've seen that are in like the super high expensive range that seem like they might even remotely be worth it are the ones that are actually like metal kits. Oh, these chunks. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I've heard that Strike Freedom's awesome. It's just another one where I don't really have a lot of affinity for the models. A lot of the really cool ones that are getting announced aren't just, oh. As I said, it's nothing wrong with them. I don't hate the designer thing, it just doesn't have any particular affinity for me. That is the other nice thing of having not been in this hobby for a super long time, is I just have a shit ton of options. So I don't really have to worry about getting the super high-end stuff right now. Huh. It's funny. I found, at least up here in Canada recently, Amazon's been a complete rip-off for Gunpla. Like, I'm really lucky in that I have a decent local shop I've been going to for the last little bit, but everyone on Amazon seems to be jacked up like 20% out here, or up here. I do have to do two of these. No pre-cuts. Oh, that's awesome, Ola. Funny enough, as I said, I only really strongly started getting into this hobby again in the last like 3 months or so. And I've ordered from my local shop 2 or 3 times so far, but I have not actually been there in person yet. Because they're on the opposite side of the city from me. But they have private warehouses and pretty low free shipping limits, so they've been great so far. Private virtual warehouses. For some reason, Canada seems to have a lot of pretty decent stores. At least mostly in the. I shouldn't say that. Most of my experience with buying Gunpla in Canada has been around the cities. So I imagine there's tons of Canada where it's not at all easy to find stuff. Oh, must just not be on. Oh, okay, just looked at the wrong screw. Oh, I have no idea. I'm assuming there's maybe the spray paint cans? I'm not sure on that. I'd have to look that up. I know we can still get like the pot paints, but I don't know about the spray paints. Wouldn't surprise me necessarily. I think there was a big push against like a lot of the spray can technology we were using at the time a couple years back. Yeah, I actually haven't invested very much into my paint aspect of this. Hey, thanks for the follow, Toe City. Hope you're having a great night. Yeah, I mostly just picked up some pretty cheap acrylic paints that I found on sale. Just to kind of get a sense if I actually wanted to get into the painting of the aspect of this or not. And I really enjoyed the bit I did in that model, so it's definitely something I'm going to start getting some of the better quality paints. But I'll probably work through what I have already, and then I'll give me some time to improve my techniques. Oh, that's some rough shipping there, Skit. Oh, that is... Just kick you while you're down, eh? Getting there. What's next? Some more boosters. Verniers. Actually, no difference. I think verniers are the ones that are the like posable, right? Actuating. Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, I've heard that opinion about metallic covers being a lot better in solvents, Walla. Yeah, right here, I could probably get a like fume hood type setup set up here pretty easily. There's a window like right in front of my setup right here. So it probably wouldn't be too hard to get a ventilation fan set up. So it probably is doable, but that is part of the reason I went with acrylics to start. Just I didn't really want to have to deal with fumes. Oh, I can see that for sure, Tyrion. Even at my local store, I've noticed a lot of the kits I want, I'm kind of having to wait and basically put a notice on the website to notify me when it comes back in stock. Try and grab it pretty quick. Certain kits just go out of stock instantly, even at local stores. Yeah, well, I have a pretty good proximity to this window in front of me. It wouldn't be that hard to get a little, like, fume hood set up. Even I could probably make my own. Not that expensive, actually. were these. Yeah, that might be rough. Especially because the area I have this desk set up in is right where all me and my roommates' PCs and stuff are all set up as well. Okay. But thankfully, I have a garage that's mostly unused. So that's probably where I actually end up doing my painting. And actually, that probably would be too hard to get a camera set up out there. That's true. Thankfully, where I am is very not humid, so it would be a huge issue most of the year, but it would definitely be occasionally an issue. I am very high up altitude-wise, which it's very not humid. Absolutely, Tyrion. I hope you have a great night. As I said, I pretty much do one of these modeling streams every Wednesday at this time, so feel free to stop by and check me out anytime. But yeah, I appreciate you stopping by. It's been great chatting with you. This piece does not want to go in the slot. Hope you have a good night, jerkface. That was not an insult. You chose that name for that exact purpose, didn't you? Oh, this piece is mushrooming a little bit. There we go. Got it in there eventually. Okay, now we should actually start building this thing up. Yeah, I hope you have a great night, man. Two. Release. Yeah, for sure, storyteller. He does make a good point, though. With as I said, it won't be an issue too much for me because of where I live, but humidity actually affects a lot of those paints and how they set dry. Well, I guess I really don't need to explain that to you probably, but I think the paints, these like the special made model kit paints, are really sensitive to that stuff. From what I've heard. Yeah, this is actually a good example of what I was talking about with screw design. Like, look how little room the pliers actually have between the piece because of where the number's located. Definitely tighten that up. Modern stuff. These thrusters are actually a little more involved than I was expecting. They were so. I guess I should have noticed from the bits where they had quite a few angles to them. I think he just missed him. Toasty. I think he said he was heading to bed. Okay. Yeah, I've been pretty happy, especially with how easy the cleanup with acrylics is. So, didn't quite realize how messy I was gonna get when I started on this painting, journey. So I was really glad that the first painting stream where everything came off super easy. To be sure, I don't have any experience with the other painting types, so I don't really know if that's not the case, but. Okay, combining time. Okay. Thruster stack. Bottom two pegs down here. Wait, is that? Oh, that's actually like mold errors. Gonna go ahead and allow that. Take a guess on why that message was flagged. Okay, yeah, I have heard that with the retarder and the thinner thing. Oh yeah, got distracted by that fun fast. Yeah, it's got a little like mold overflow on this peg hole. That's the first time I've seen that actually. Is this right? Yeah, okay, yeah, I think that's. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that's right. Rotation. Let's do another. Yeah, I definitely do want to get more into like the custom painting. As I said, I kind of want to. I'm thinking about checking a lot of the like design competition at the convention I'm going to this weekend. Kind of asking around and talking to people about it. So I think next year I might try and do a diorama or something. Oh, I get that completely. Well, it's the same reason I spend on these kits is the same reason I try to do such a good job cleaning up the nub marks on pieces you'll never see. It's the exact same reason. It's a process. You kind of you do take pride in the process, but it's also there's kind of a joy in like following the steps to complete the process. Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, there's actually quite a bit in this that could use it. Oh, I don't know. I could see that being worth painting absolutely, because it's, I think when it comes out, it'll actually be sticking out from the model in the transformed state. Oh yeah, I need some more of those little pegs. Have a great night, Walla. Thanks a lot for stopping by, man. I'll definitely check out your Instagram a little more once I'm done stream. Even as I said, the little bit I saw looked amazing. So. Sorry about this. Just gotta check something real quick here. Cool. Okay. This is usually around the time I usually be wrapping up. I think I'm gonna keep going tonight until I get this model finished. I think I've only got these thrusters and the shield left to do. That's really do a whole stream. But as I said, I'll probably be painting this guy next week, I think. I haven't said all no. I might do some builds. I might do one build and one paint a week. Kind of get a bit of both in. That might be a decent way to spread it out. Still do a little bit more practice. I do really enjoy doing these building streams. And the painting one was fun as well. What am I doing on there? I'm doing something on here. Oh, just insert it far enough. Yeah, definitely. For some reason, this specific piece seems to have a bunch of like mold overflow and stuff. Maybe it's just a quality control thing, because it does seem to be this specific sprue that has had this issue. I think it's pretty much the first time I've run into that on any of these kits. Not that I'm necessarily complaining, it's easy enough to fix. Just observation. Okay. Two of those out. Get this other one soon anyway. And the big shells. Oh, screws get caught up in each other. Yeah, I think, especially with the size of these sprues I saw on that Sazvi, I think when I do that kit, I'm definitely gonna have to clear a little bit more desk space. Notice whenever I grab a really big sprue, I catch on these models a little bit. Got the camera up a bit higher, I might be able to get more of my desk on the camera. Spread out my displays to the edge a little more. I do like having them on the desk. Especially just makes it easier when I want to reference things on them. Yeah. Oh, one more on that sprue. Hell yeah. Actually, I have drink water a little bit. Let's refill on that. I will say, this kit is, as much as I have complained a bunch about little bits about this kit, it is far and away the easiest kit for nub cleaning I've had. I don't know why. Maybe it's just the type of plastic he uses or what, but I've had more luck with cleaning the nubs off on this in the first try than I have with almost any other kit. Maybe I'm just letting the kid steal my credit. Getting better at this. Go! I'll get this cowling all together. Oh, it is actually. It's there. Power signal goes over. These pegs at the top. Oh, upside down. That. The other side of the shell goes on. That's the wrong side of the shell. That's the other side of the shell as well. Third time's the charm. Lined up. pressure on it. There we go. I'd worry about this a little more if I wasn't going to paint it. Yeah, there we got a booster. That one I pull it out to the side, do that, and redirects the thrusters. That's actually really cool mechanism. That works really well, actually, too. Huh, cool. That's a neat part. That's up there now for the things I like with this model. Well, let's do it all again. Okay, good. Nice. Same thing on that one. Nice and smooth. I actually really like that turtle mechanism on this. Where does this last thruster go? Oh, right here, apparently. Okay. As ye shall receive. Oh, my camera. Oh, I'm off center entirely. Let's fix it a little bit. This has probably been off for a little bit now. Hold on here. Let me go to a second. I should live adjust this. Ooh, this camera's getting hot actually. I really touched this blade. There we go. Okay. Those. Big armor piece here. I lost my grip. Oh, in reality, not yet. CJ, last two. Yeah, still really kind of surprised by how many of these softer rubbery pieces this kit uses. 'Cause I think those are the primary parts that break down if they get exposed to too much enamel, right? Or too much of the solvent-based paints. These are definitely the most likely piece to be broken down by those, and it's in the joint, so it's more where it's most likely to pool if you're not careful. Definitely see why they moved away from it. I think it naturally degrades faster than the rest of the plastic too, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Coming along nicely. Let's move some of this stuff around. See what. Oh, I put it all on camera. Oh well. Notable. Oh, absolutely, storyteller. Appreciate you for sticking around as long as you did. I know it's quite late for you. Hope you have a great night. And yeah, as I said, even if it's just a little chunk of the next stream, I probably will end up doing that. Because even if I just have to hem up the pants, I might do that. But I'll let you know. Yeah, have a great rest. Talk to you later. Go. Now we need the outer plates. Oh, this colored plastic is so brittle. Just I can feel it like snapping before I even get close to being cut through. Glue off my hand before it gets mixed in with the other plastics. This is all we need. Yep, looks like it. Come on, your feet are so big. Why are you having trouble standing flat? Scrape up a little bit here. At least this cleans up really easy. I spoke too soon. This one looks rough. Oh, but it's on the inside end, so it should be fine. Yeah, really appreciate everyone coming out tonight who hasn't seen me before. I only do, unfortunately, I don't really have a huge backlog, so I'm kind of rationing out what I have. So I'm only doing model building about once a week. But I'm planning to start doing a bit of painting as well, so I'll probably start mixing a painting stream in every week as well. I haven't quite settled the schedule for that. I'm pretty happy with this Wednesday slot for my model building, so I'll probably be here on Wednesday for model building every week. But once I figure out when I want to do that painting, I'll probably schedule that in. And then other than that, I play games on my off nights. I haven't really settled on what I enjoy the most doing on stream. Big fan of roguelikes, turn-based strategy. Used to play a lot of shooters, but I've gotten very burnt out on shooters recently. Usually I'll be done my stream, but I usually only stream until about 11 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. But I want to finish this one tonight, so I'm going to stick around at least until I get this done. That's usually how, usually every second week I do a late stream to finish whatever model I'm building. At least that's been the trend so far. These are all cleaned up. Time to put her all together. Oh, it wants this aimed up. Should have told me that before. Oh, really? Oh, it's such a pain. Hold on. That toothpick is not strong enough. Yeah, you'll work. Not work. It just, it's too strong. It just bent the soft plastic. Oh, come on, you. Okay, let's disassemble this a little bit. Just damaging it at this point. I really don't want to. Oh, wow, that does not want to bend? What is going on here? Did they put that in backwards? I don't think so. It looks right. Oh well, gotta take this piece apart to check. Oh yeah, I must have put that piece in backwards. Oh well. Easy enough to fix. I didn't notice before I damaged it anymore. Go. Yeah, the piece is in backwards. Rotate it around. Put it back together. I wonder if this other one is the same way. Let's look. Nope. Okay, this one is installed correctly. That's good. Still stiff, but a lot better than this one. Yeah, it won't bend when I fix it. Good. Oh yeah, so much easier once it's actually on properly. Yeah. So hopefully this one will be just the same once it's on there. And I didn't even have to disassemble the whole piece. I was able to work this piece out on its own. There we go. Oh, it overshot that time. There it goes. Yeah, I really don't like how much this kit uses. That's probably my biggest gripe with this kit, is how much it uses these like soft rubber joints in places where it would be really easy for it to go wrong and you'd cause damage. But maybe that's just me. Is this symmetrical all the way around? It is. It doesn't really matter where I put it. Oh, I gotta plate some first. I was gonna remember which plate goes where. There we go. There we go. Nice blue. Ooh, this does not like. That one's the same? Oh, that one's a little more. Go. Thruster on the back. Ooh, and I dropped it, so it's nice and sturdy. Okay, we time to attach these? Looks like it. It is. Just go on the side of the shoulders here. Go. Oh, snapped his head right off. Yeah, boosters are on. It's actually a pretty bulky ass kit, I have to say. And that's not without the giant shield on there. Oh, she's looking good so far. So now we just gotta finish the shield and the rest of the cannon. Let's get on that. So wrap this up. Let's start by getting some of these small pieces ready. Before we cut out the big chunks. 2 and 3. And actually, I'm probably going to step up here really quick and use the washer. But I shouldn't be more than 30 seconds, so I'll be right back. Let me just get these 2 pieces out. I'll go get that thing there. BRB. Okay, welcome back. Me? No. These are yellow pieces. This is the only. Yeah, this is actually the only yellow plastic in the kit. All the other yellow is done by stickers, which I don't super like. Probably why I'll end up painting them, to be honest. But got it. These are just detail spots on the shield. If I'm not mistaken. Oh. Yeah, sorry I'm not talking too much. My throat's actually getting a little sore. I've actually talked quite a bit more this stream than I usually do. I had a few more people in chat than I usually do. It's been a great time. I've really had a lot of fun tonight. Really happy with how this is turning out too. It was funny because at the before the stream, when I did, or last stream I did this model, I got the head, chest, arms all done, and the waist. But I was kind of like not super jazzed with the model one. I couldn't really put my finger on why. And then I realized it was because I had done all the most boring parts of the model. Like literally everything I built tonight was unique. It was these huge ass feet, these boosters, and this giant ass shield I'm currently working on. All fairly unique from what I've seen of other kits. From go. Shake. Right shake. Three, four colorful vets. I think this is the only actual, yeah, I said that already. The only, oh no, there's little details here and here that are yellow, to be honest. There isn't quite no yellow pieces, but definitely rare. This kit. These also are supposed to have yellow. Oh, I can't do it. I'm that. Yeah, these stripes here are supposed to be yellow as well. To give you stickers to do those. But I'm probably gonna end up doing it, so we'll see. Let's put those stickers on before. Oh, okay, yeah, it was there. All the stickers? Did I put these on? Yeah, it is actually. Wait, are you serious? They only give you stickers for the front, for these stripes. I guess there aren't stripes on the back, but... I didn't notice that before. They're not like symmetrical front and back. Oh, next up on the shield. Let's get all these small pieces done and ready so we can just do all the construction all at once without having to stop and build small stuff. 16 and 15. Once we get all these small pieces prepped, we can start putting the shield together. Using that, once again, as I mentioned before, probably the biggest piece of plastic I've seen in one of these kits so far. Oh, we do need 2 of these too, so let's get all these cut out. There we go. And some soft plastic piece. Start to use all these eyepieces finally. Guess these are all in the shield. That's funny. It's a lot of rubber pieces even in the shield. This part of the song was running me like Zombie by Cranberries. Oh, I caught that. It would be a pain to find the carpet. Hey, there still is quite a bit left in the shield, actually. Kind of impressed how much goes into the shield, which is good. It's like a centerpiece of the model for sure, but I thought from how big those initial plastic pieces that its construction would actually be pretty simple, but it doesn't seem the way. Yep. Oh, I need even more of those. I need 2 more. But I've had to make 2 pairs of these. Rather than just a pair. It's a pair of pairs. Pair of pairs of pairs. Just know I'm getting a little tired. It's definitely a little more stressful to God hand these soft plastic pieces, knowing I can just snip this whole peg right off like nothing. Like, I mean, so deep. Jesus. It's close. Okay. Where were we at? Putting these on these pegs. These like retaining clips? Oh, okay, yeah, it's like the retaining clips for the bazooka when it's loaded into the shield. Make sure I gotta put this all on right. The rounded side out. Yep. Cool. Secure. Cool. What's next? I actually think this is the last piece from the sprue. Because the only piece left is this headpiece, which is just if you didn't want to use the multicolored one I have on there. It was an option. So I think this is actually... Yeah, I might hang it. I'm going to just take this piece off in case I need it in the future for something. But that's going to be another empty sprue. Goodbye. Three pieces. This plastic feels so weird. The sprue. This gray stuff on the color sprue. It feels so soft. Wait, are we gonna need... Oh, okay, so these are different pieces. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought these were two of the same pieces. I got confused there for a second. And then the last of these little tiny K pieces. Oh, they're not that small. Just thin. And that's another empty screw there. Yeah, I didn't realize there was like a whole like fold out contraption on the inside of the shield to hold the other half of the bazooka. I knew it stored in there, but I figured it would just like kind of snap on. I didn't realize they actually had a whole like out folding clasping mechanic on there. It's neat. More involved than I expected. Which is good. Okay. Okay, so it's got like a keyhole. I don't know about using such a thin piece to go in a keyhole. It seems like they're asking for trouble. This is actually just a retaining clip. Well, that's asking for trouble. I hope that stays on there pretty good. Having that clip on there seems like asking to just go flying. Oh, that's actually sick! It's a locking mechanism. Like it locked in place, but when you rotate it off, it's looser. So it basically is to have a locking position and then a more flexible position. That's actually pretty... As much as I was complaining about how fragile it looks, that's a neat design. That piece is still super loose, though. Oh well, just pretend I don't know how loose it is. Hopefully it won't become an issue. Are we done the pre-built stuff? Looks like it. Oh, we gotta get the other half of the barrel. Well, we'll do that after we get the rest of the shield put together. Gotta get the internals of the shield. What am I missing? Oh, it's okay. I see. I was missing a piece on this sprue. Up here. Okay, finally, time to start using this. Big old chunks. So these are probably the biggest pieces of plastic I've had to handle as part of one of these kits, like individual pieces of plastic. They're as big as my hand. There. Accidentally bumping the camera and setting it off a little bit. Oh, off camera a little bit. Oh wait, I need some of these small pieces too for this, don't I? I have 4 of these eye pieces. But actually, I think this is literally the first time I've ever used every single piece on this soft plastic sprue for one of these kits. Almost always this sprue is the one that has leftovers. In this kit it has 0, despite having probably about 2 to 3 times as many of these pieces as most of the kits I've done have had. I've used every single one. Yeah. All done. Goodbye. Oh, let me adjust my... there we go. Scoot in a little bit so I can be comfortable with a horrible posture. So how is it supposed to go? Okay, so these just sit in these grooves on the backside of this plate and get held in place with the... Okay, flat side of the hole pointed outward. Come on, there it goes. That. So I'm gonna do that for all these slots. So it's on. Snaps in there, like that. Just some mounting points. We'll do the same over here. Yeah, this part just reminds me of the Doom. There it goes. I thought I was gonna have trouble aligning those to the hole, but it actually went in pretty easy. There we go. Now we need the other half of the shield. Shield plate. Look how big this thing is. Jesus. Yeah, this is the biggest piece. The other piece was close for sure, but I think because this one has depth, it makes it bigger. Solid piece of plastic, Jesus. I don't know if you could hear that, but an empty sprue too. Go. Yeah, as I was saying, because that's the reason I think the base is, well, obviously it's heavier. But yeah, look how much thicker it is. Even if it is hollow, your roll like surface area of it is much higher. It's actually kind of neat. You can see like weird brush stroking effects on the inside. I wonder what that's from. Must be how they applied it. Yeah, because I don't know if it shows up on camera, but in the glare on this, there's like weird patterns in the plastic. You can kind of see it in the light. Almost looks like fingerprints or brush prints. But what do we do with this? All these little yellow pieces get attached. That's right. Yep. Yep. Facing it. Gotcha. Those attach pretty snugly. Should go on there nice and snug. There. Pretty vents. Okay, now it's time to start putting all this together. All these little pieces I prepped earlier. So, shield. insert these top parts here, like so. The other side. Should be maybe anchor hinges for some part. That one. Nope, upside down. There we go. That makes sense. That's why that didn't quite fit as well. It was the wrong way. Okay, anchors installed. Okay, I think it's time to combine the pieces. Is there any orientation difference on how this goes on? Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's the same up or down. Yep, it is. Might be easier to move these out of the way once they're seated. Yeah, angle them up. So they're out of the way slightly. There we go. Go. Make sure all these end pieces are roughly aligned. Sorry, I know I'm off camera slightly. I'm just trying to make sure none of these are getting pinched in the weird way. Okay, I think we are good. There's a little gap on this side, which I'm not happy about, but I can't see anything that would be causing it. I think it's just the design. Yeah, it is on the lower end, so maybe it matters less there. Yeah, back of the field installed. Install the handle. So, and the retaining clip on this other side. There, and when it's all together, these combine like that. So now, we need the top and bottom of the shield. This internal parts. And is that a screw? No, back of the hand still there. And these last cap pieces. Looks like there's more on these sprues for later though. Oh, it's the beam sabers. Nice. That'll be the finishing touches then. Just put the beam sabers on. It's nice because I think this guy has actually somewhere on his model to store the beam sabers, which is always fun. Definitely hate the ones that just come with a beam saber. They're just kind of loose. Don't hate, but it's definitely less entertaining than the one that has somewhere they can store them. Clean up this blade a little bit. like most of this kit, I've cleaned up super easy. I don't know just how these are designed or the type of plastic or what. It just cleans up so easily. How is this supposed to be orientated? Like this. And plates. It just goes on. Okay, so that's like the armor caps on either end. And those go on the end with these little hinges. Fit right into the slots on the back. Oh, I have it on backwards. Wondering why it wasn't fitting. Had it on upside down. It didn't have room. There we go. Nice and secure. So, that has barely any movement. I wonder why that's a hinge. I guess it's just to get the angle? Makes it even bigger for sure. Let's do the same on the bottom. There. Man, that's a pretty bulky piece of equipment right there. Okay, now the other half of the gun barrel. Halves here, which are sizable in their own right, but I've definitely had bazookas about this big on other kits. Which other kit had a bazooka like this? Oh, it was the, oh, I guess they're not as big, but they're similar shape to the Buster Gundams. They're definitely not this size. Handle. And exhaust tube. I shouldn't have much more. I know I gotta do like my those are the beam sabers, and I gotta put together the nuke. And I think that's actually about it. I don't think the nuke's very complex. in first. Thought I checked that quickly before I put her. Which orientation with grip facing up like this? Gotcha. Yeah? Yeah. Cool. That's my little gritchin. Click. And then the bottom part. Keep them together. This gets stored. Oh, so this is why this actuates. It actuates because the weapon, it snaps onto the weapon. Open up the holding area. Then barrel down here. Here. Angle these pieces down to keep it in place. Oh, that's smart. So it's these top and bottom pieces keep it in place there. And then this. Oh, oh, just closes up and locks. So that's how it stores the other half of the bazooka when not in use. In the shield. What do we got now? Must be running out of things to do. Beam saber time. The last finishing touches. Why'd I leave these tiny pieces for last? That doesn't seem very good. Especially when I'm trying to wrap them up, man. Oh, that clears that sprue. Let's do this one and it'll clear this one too. Sprue number 2. Like the 8th number 2, but who is counting? Oh, sorry, my head's in the way. Real thick move, leaving these tiny ass pieces for last. I gotta do the nuke too. The nuke's actually, what? The nuke is actually made of like 6 pieces. Damn it. Okay, build us a lightsaber. And then I mean not a lightsaber. Okay. That. Piece is oddly. Oh, okay. This piece is also just kind of square. These would be our beam sabers. Let's get the blades out so we can at least take a look and see what they look like with the blades on before we pack them away. Nice colored green. Definitely prefer green for my beams than the reds. My preferred laser color. Or beam color. Green for sure. Okay, these there. What? Oh, other side? Oh, weird. Okay. So I got. Oh, this was the hilt there, but that's apparently the guard. Or the other way around. Yeah, beam sabers. And when not in use, set the blades aside. These get stored in the belt here. Oh, that's actually awesome. I love a kit where it actually has proper storage places for the beam sabers. They just get stored in the belt like that. You want to take them out to equip them? Cha! Okay. Nuke time! And I think that's actually the very last thing we actually have to build. Then we just got to make them pose a bit. Yeah, here's all our nuke pieces. You need cone. Oh, these are separate pieces. I didn't realize there's a version of the nuke for storing and a version of the nuke for loading into the missile, into the launcher. That's cool. Let's do the storage nuke first because it's easier. And then we'll do the deployed nuke. Green out of here so I don't mash it into this plastic. Although the nuke would be an appropriate place to mash green see-through plastic in. Okay, two halves come together. And that's nuke disassembled for storage. And that goes... Oh god, this is actually kind of hard to get at. Oh, this shoulder's coming apart. Jesus, what's going on here? Too much pressure on it? This is... Oh, shit. There we go. Tight. Now let's move this up and out of the way for a second. So what we want to get at is right here in the back. It's a little storage door. And that's where we insert the nuke. Storage. Slide right in here. Yep. There. Nuke waiting to be deployed. Install. Now we do the active nuke for accessories. I think in the original design for this, it literally only has one of these. Not like the original design of the model, the original design of the mech. The whole design is it had a single warhead. That piece went flying. I thought I lost it for sure. Just hit this and bounced right back. Well, I'm getting lucky right at the end here, but I've got to start being careful. Oh, heads away. Sorry. Been installed on the warhead. Good. Now the booster. Last bit of thruster, and that'll be it for this sprue. I think this is actually the last cut for the kit. I don't think I need those other hands right now. I'm pretty happy with the hands I have. Those will probably stay on the sprue until I need them. And these are extra backhands to those other hands. And I don't know what that piece is, actually. I'll have to look. There's one more white piece that I don't know if it's an extra or not. I don't think it is, but I'll have to double check. Hoping I didn't miss it internally somewhere. That would suck. Yeah. Actually pretty impressed with the detail on this for the actual having the nuke and like the, as I said, one thing I really like on kits is I like having them actually have a place to store the, oh, then of course, I say that as the, oh, it leaves a chunk in there. Well, that's not good. Let's try and get that piece out best we can. Push it in. Oh. There we go. Yeah, I like having a place that you can actually store the beam sabers on the model. Also, welcome, KZ. Thanks for joining me. Yeah. Now, final. Oh, getting top heavy. That was so bottom heavy in the process of building them, and now he's actually top heavy. That's funny. Okay. Sits on this piece. Goes into. Onto the end of this piece. Oh yeah. And then the boosters. So now I just want to check on this one piece to see what it is. I think just hands on that one. Nothing on this one. That can go. Hands. Hands. And just this one piece, which is A18. Where's that used? Solve the mystery. Let's go make sure it's not an extra piece first. It's not indicated as an extra piece. Yeah, so let me just take a quick second here to browse to make sure. Besides 17. For A17 or 18. J, 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 J. the waist, maybe? Oh. Oh, there's a 17. Oh, A18. It's on the back. Aha! Right there. Nope, nope, no. It's the Physalis, I believe. It's just the regular Bandai one. I don't know. Is the Solomon the third-party one of this? I had someone in the chat talking about that earlier today and really saying it looked cool. But no, this is just the regular Physalis, I believe. Yeah, because that's the one that has like the motorized cannon and the light up stuff, right? That's the end of that sprue. Cover your shame. Hell yeah. Okay, we are done. How does this just go inside? In this? Oh, it does. That's cool. Assuming that actually has room to fit in there. Let's try it out. How does this arm actuate? Just up like that? Okay, and then it's got a little back and forth there. This. Deploy the side thrusters. Actually, the instruction manual up here. What did I especially gotta do here? No? Oh, I guess I should pull out the sight glass, shouldn't I? The sight glass is like nowhere near his face. What? Am I deploying this wrong? No, looks alright. Make sure I didn't attach this thing correctly. Because it looks like it's supposed to be far enough forward you can like, use the sight. Sure doesn't look like that. Where's the attachment point? There it is. Yep, no, that's... No, that's how it's supposed to be. Oh well. Is this actually gonna fit in here, I wonder? I think it won't. Let's see. Oh no, it actually won't fit the nuke in there. Okay, so that must be a more a scale thing than anything. Yeah. Well, this cannon's pretty sturdy at least. It really wants to stay together. Jesus, okay, that's stiff. Quite the bazooka, I have to say. Oh, good, it does angle forward a bit. Exactly what I needed. rip it. Rip it. Oh, let's see how well you handle the shield. I know it's not well from what I've heard, but I at least have to see it for myself. The arm right off. Especially this hand. This hand does not seem like it has the best grip strength. Oh, this is actually really awkward because it's so big. Actually, wow. This is a pain in my ass. I knew I was going to be able to hold this very easily anyway, but I at least want to make an attempt before I cut her off for the night. Yeah, you definitely need to brace it against something. The hand can't really hold it that well. Oh well, we will get her posed up and nice for next stream. Yeah, there's where we're at so far. Pretty good, actually. I'm not entirely all that disappointed in it. I was like, well, I was kind of iffy on it after the last build stream, but I realized I did all the boring stuff that stream. Now I kind of got the interesting weapon and other pieces. If I try and hold it vertical, put a bit better there. Not really. Oh well, I knew that going in, that I was going to have trouble holding up its shield, so I'll probably rig up some type of stand to work with it. That was the one warning I saw over and over for this kit before I got it, was that it does have difficulty holding up its shield. But I like a lot of the pieces of this. It has a lot of potential for looking pretty cool once I get a decent stand up running. But yeah, thank you everyone for joining me. I went quite a bit later, about 2 hours longer than I usually do, but I'm happy I managed to get this guy done this stream. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow night playing a little Claire Obscura Expedition 33, and maybe working a bit on my cosplay for the convention this weekend. And then I'll be back on Sunday with probably Shutswolf doing a quick recap stream of the convention, talking about that a bit. I probably will be back doing model building, usual time, next Wednesday, 6 Mountain Daylight Time. If you enjoyed seeing me this, I think I'll probably be starting my real grade Gao Gai Gar. Either that or doing a bit of painting. I haven't completely settled, but I'll be doing one or the other, and that'll be Wednesday, and I'm pretty sure from now on Wednesday is going to be my model stream no matter what. So, I hope you can join me for that. If not, I hope you enjoy the rest of your week. If you haven't already, please give me a follow on my YouTube and Twitter above my, up here, handset 73. I'm mostly using my VODs on YouTube. It's about a month behind, but I'm starting to work through my backlog and catch up, so that should be more up to date pretty soon. You can always catch them on Twitch, but I should have them uploaded on YouTube before they delete on Twitch. But yeah, let me just take a quick look here and see if there's someone we could raid. If you have any suggestions, feel free to just mention them in the chat. Anyone doing gunpla? Oh, here we go. Oh, had someone there for a second. This person's working on a Barbatos and turning it into a bag accessory, they say. Yeah. I'm gonna send you on to them. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. peek here. They're not saying some slurs. Yeah, I'm gonna send you on your way. I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening, and I hope to see you again next time. Let's get my ending screen up, and then I'll send the raid on. Have a great night, everyone.